It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Feel the shadows.
There are stories whispered in the dark about creatures that knock when they shouldn't, shadows that move when nothing else does, and eyes that see right through you. Welcome to Beyond the Shadows, Season 2, Episode 21. This is the podcast that drags the hidden, the haunted, the horrifying into the light. I'm Victus, and I'm your intrepid paranormal investigator. Each week, we unravel the world's most chilling mysteries and explore the spaces where fear lives just beneath the surface. So light a candle and check your locks and lean in close, because tonight we are covering the Black-Eyed Children. That's right. That's right. We are covering the Black-Eyed Children tonight, everybody. Welcome, welcome. So there's our new intro. I'm gonna start reading this every single week. Doing my best, that is. So, oh geez. I'm adjusting some levels here while we're doing this. This is a little too quiet. There we go. Yes. So we are on Season 2, Episode 21, The Black-Eyed Children tonight. First things first, small announcement to make. We have a milestone tonight. It's a big one. 1 year ago today, we released Season 1, Episode 1 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. Today is the 1 year anniversary. We've done it. We made it a whole freaking year. We did it. We've done it. We did what we didn't think we could do. Somehow managed to get a year's worth of content under our belts and still no hate mail. So I think we're doing okay. On the contrary, we don't get any mail. So there's that. Any hoots and hollers. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Aeon and Paul are still being held captive at the in the bunker underneath Area 51. And haven't heard from them lately. We're gonna see what's happening. I think we're okay though. They're being held against their will, so you know that's what you get for flying hot dog shaped drones over the fence of Area 51. We tried. We didn't get anywhere, but we tried. So let's see. Do we have any updates? I don't think we have many. Social media's been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of people talking about the paranormals and what have yous. But today will mark a milestone for us because I'm going to start trying my best to increase the production value of this podcast. So you've noticed we've got some new sounds. I got a new audio board set up. Let's play some of these new sounds. Yeah, check out that opening vocal or that opening audio track was sick. Yeah. Love it. Spent some time working on this over the weekend. It's looking good. I'm really happy with how things are turning out. And, I'm glad you're all here. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. So, yes, tonight we are talking about the black-eyed children, not to be confused with children with black eyes. And if you know about children with black eyes, please call your local police department. Um, and not to be confused with the Black Eyed Peas, because I am not a music guy and I don't make obnoxious songs. And there's nobody in this podcast named Fergie Ferg. But I'm back. Yeah, wait. Oh, here we go. Yep, that's my joke for the night. There you go. You get my joke. You get it. You get it. Um, so, um, yes, all seems well. The stream seems stable, running at a higher bit rate than we should be, but that's okay. Um, yeah, so the big thing this week is this is our 1 year anniversary today. Um, our first episode last year. Oh geez, what was it? Was it the Phoenix Lights? I don't Geez, shame on me for not knowing. There's been so many, absolutely so many. And I had no clue that this was our 1 year anniversary until I was looking at the analytics. Yes, season one, episode one, June 8th, 2024, we talked about the Phoenix Lights, my favorite UFO case ever. And I hope, still to this day, it was one of our better ones. We did, I mean, we don't, a lot of people don't go back and watch the old videos. Uh, Generally, we get just a handful of views after the first week of it being on YouTube. A lot of people don't really go back and listen to old stuff unless they like what they're hearing here. Then they'll go back. If they're anything like me, you'll go back and listen to all of the entirety of the library to enjoy it all, because that's the way I am. I am a binger. If I find a podcast I like, I will binge it to death. So 1 year today, we've done it. I was counting episodes. So how many episodes did we get in season one? So we didn't quite get a full year. So we made it up to 29 episodes of season one. And today is 21 episode, or the 21st episode of season two. So was that 20, 21 and 29? 50 episodes? Yeah, so it's just short. So we took 2 weeks, or we took 1 week off because something was happening with the stream, or something was happening with the internet. We just got a bad week, and then we took a week off for I think it was either Christmas or New Year's. So that sounds about right. 50 episodes exactly. I think we did good for a nobody podcast like this. I think we did pretty good, and I'm rather proud of us. We're doing a great job. Yeah, we did good. We did really good. Um, so say again, we're going to. I've done some work this weekend and doing my best to increase the production value of the podcast. So I'm going to do a lot more background sound effects, a lot more background musics, things to make the storytelling a little more engaging. So if you like it, please, by all means, email us at beyond the shadows wait, is that right? Beyond the shadows at gmail.com? Hold on. No, that's not right. That can't be right. Beyond the shadows podcast at gmail.com. Let us know. Let us know if this looks good, if it sounds good, if you don't like how it sounds, if throw something out there. I don't care. Let us know. Um, so we're still continuing the weekly live stream on YouTube. And what I'm doing is every week after an episode is done, is we get uploaded to Spotify and Apple Podcasts and YouTube. I'm also taking a copy of that video and I'm putting it into a live stream folder that we're live streaming weekly on YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch the live stream, it really helps the numbers out. I appreciate it. Um, you know, every little bit counts. Uh, we've actually increased our numbers exponentially just by doing this live video every week. But all we're doing is playing all the episodes back to back uh, on YouTube, and we're doing it live. So I saw a few people commented. I'm sorry. Quite honestly, the laptop just sits in this office and stays running, and I'm not in this room. So if you comment, I am sorry, but there's just nobody around to comment. Right now, as it stands, I'm doing this entire thing by myself, and it is difficult to do by yourself to this level of production. And if I could be there to answer everybody's comments, I'm sorry. Uh, if I could be there, I would, but I cannot, and I'm sorry. So that being said, whoa, we got this tonight. What shirt are we wearing today? I've got a special one tonight. Check this guy out. Check it out. So, so it's no secret. I live on the Eastern Shore. I am near uh, a NASA flight facility, and my wife did a thing for work over there this week, and she's like, "Hey, I got you something." So she ended up picking up this shirt for me, and it says Wallops Island NASA Light Flight Facility, which is the name of the NASA flight facility here. And I'm very proud of this one. The alien head glows in the dark. It's really bright right now because there's a black light running when I stream. So, anywho, we do have speech chat running tonight. So if anybody watching feels like commenting, if you're listening to this, not on a Sunday, if you're not watching this on a live stream, that you're not going to be able to comment live. Um, but just to remind you, every Sunday evening at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are live at twitch.tv/Beyond the Shadows podcast. You don't have to follow us, but if you do want to interact with chat, you do have to sign up for Twitch and follow the page, and you can comment on the stream while we're live. So speech chat is running. You will hear it tonight. So that's a plus side. So I can do stuff like this.
You are hearing these words.
That's the chat. That's so it's when somebody types into something into chat live here on Twitch, it comes up. We get a voice. So that being said, I've said that 12 times now. Continuing forward, we are going to talk about the black-eyed children tonight. It is technically an urban legend, but there is a paranormal aspect to it. And I thought this would be a good one to go over and give me a chance to kind of flex the soundboard a little bit. I picked up some extra sounds this weekend just for this. So, hoping this all goes well. I'm sure it will, but I'm still just going to be a little nervous about it. Because that's what I do. I'm a nervous Nelly. I walk away, Wendy, nervous Nelly, what have you. So, don't see really anybody in chat say anything. I don't even see anybody watching. That's okay, because we are going to take a journey this evening. A journey of the mind. A journey where common sense has no meaning. We're journeying to the Twilight Zone. No, we're not. We're not. We're not journeying to Twilight Zone. We're journeying to Beyond the Shadows. We're going beyond the shadows tonight, everybody. And this one is a little spooky. So this one is it's technically a folklore, like I said. And as we know, folklores do have roots in truth. That being said, bear that in mind while we're talking tonight. Just bear it in mind. That's all I ask. Bear it in mind and keep an open mind. Because this one's a little wild. It's a little weird. But wait, don't I say that? Don't I say that every week? It's wild. This one's gonna be wild. This one's gonna be a crazy one. We got a doozy. Yeah, so let's dive right into it. The Black Eyed Children. So first, we're gonna get started with a retelling of a firsthand account. It's a quiet evening in Abilene, Texas. The streets are dark, bathed in the dim amber glow of flickering street lamps. Brian Bethel, a respected journalist, parks his car outside a movie theater. He's there to drop off a check for his internet provider, but instead finds himself transfixed by a strange sense of unease, one that will follow him for the rest of his life. As he writes the check in the dim light of his car's dashboard, he senses movement. And then a knock on the window. Two young boys, maybe around 10 or 11, stand outside. They're wearing hoodies, heads down, posture still. Brian's first instinct isn't fear, it's discomfort. Something off. Something's way off. One of the boys speaks. His voice is oddly confident but flat. He asks Brian for a ride. They want to see a movie but forgot their money. Can they just take him home and bring them back? At first it seems harmless, but as the conversation unfolds, Brian's internal alarms go off. The boy insists they can't get in unless he says it's okay. The more Brian listens, the more a deep primal fear takes hold. Then he sees it. Their eyes. Where people should be, there's only black. No white, no iris, just pitch darkness. Panicked, Brian fumbles for the ignition. The kid's demeanor changes. They become insistent, angry. They start saying strange things like, "We can't come in unless you tell us it's okay. It won't take long. We don't have a gun." As he speeds off, heart pounding, he looks in the rearview mirror. The children are gone, just vanish. No footsteps, no trace. In the days that follow, Brian posts about his experience on a message board. He wasn't prepared for what would happen next. Dozens, then hundreds of people came forward with eerily similar encounters. Pale-skinned children with obsidian eyes knocking on doors and windows in the middle of the night, asking them for help, asking to be let in. Some say they're demons in disguise. Others believe there's something extraterrestrial. A few think they're a modern myth. But one thing is certain. Once you see them, you don't forget. and they never forget you. So that was one of the earliest tellings of black-eyed children. It's a little dated. It starts it, the black-eyed children thing started around the 90s. If you couldn't tell by the guy paying his utility bill by check through the mail. Um, it does kind of it does kind of lend a little bit of a clue to how dated some of these stories can be. But that's the way it goes. So it began with a knock, but what are they? The black-eyed children phenomena burst into the public consciousness in the late 90s, like I was saying. When journalist Brian Bethel shared his chilling encounter. But the deeper you look, the more it seems these strange children have been among us for far longer than we realize, lurking on the fringes of folklore and whispered in urban legend. On the surface, black-eyed children seem like a product of the internet age. The timing lines up. Bethel's account was posted in 1998, right around the rise of online forums like Usenet and AOL message boards. But from there, similar stories exploded across paranormal blogs, creepypastas, and Reddit. But dig deeper, and you'll find possible roots stretching back decades or even centuries. So, let's get into some of these. In the 1950s in Virginia, an elderly couple reported a pair of pale children appearing on their doorstep during a storm. They begged to use the phone, but once inside, the power went out, and the family's pet hid in fear. Later, the children vanished, and soon afterward, the couple was diagnosed with a severe unexplained illness. Some link the phenomena to fairy lore from the British Isles, trickster beings that need human permission to enter their homes and often took the form of children to gain their trust. So there is a parallel here with fairy folklore. So we haven't covered fairies. Not yet. We probably will in the future, but historically and canonically speaking, fairies were an excuse for people to get rid of their children in medieval times. That's it in a nutshell. They would say, "Oh, my child is not acting the same way they were when they were born, so surely they've been swapped by a fairy." And unfortunately, there were some very horrible, horrible things they did to these children to prove that they were human. But the story goes that they would swap the child, and if you raise the child as your own, it would bring like famine and disease to the village or what have you. There's a bunch of different things that it could bring on, but usually the family would notice that there's something wrong with the child, and so they would like do tests, heavy air quotes on that, to the children to see if they would react in a human way. And if they didn't react in a human way, then the children were taken away, let's just say that. With the thought being was, here, take your fairy child back, give me my human child in return. And usually they would say upon testing the child, they reverted, the next morning they reverted back to the way they were. So obviously the fairies came and took the changeling back, and this is our child now. So it's a um, weird twisted thing. But fairies originally could not enter your home unless you invited them, which also draws another tangent to vampires. So we all know that vampires cannot enter your home unless invited. I'm not exactly sure where that storyline comes from. I am familiar with it. My mind goes back to the movie Let Me In, the little vampire girl. And she befriends a little boy, and she's like, I want to come in. He's like, well, come on. And she's like, no, you have to invite me. And he's like, what happens if I don't? And she steps in his house, and then she starts like convulsing and bleeding from the eyes and ears and the mouth. And he's like, oh God, no, you can come in, you can come in. And it stops, and it just makes a huge mess. So we're already seeing parallels with other folklore tales. Uh, Others see a parallel with the Middle Eastern jinn, a supernatural entity capable of shape-shifting, deception, and feeding on human fear. Where they come from, the patterns, uh, wherever they come from, the patterns are strangely consistent. The victims consistently report the same unsettling traits. An age range somewhere between 6 and 16 years old. The appearance is they're pale, sometimes even grayish skin, often dressed in outdated or ill-fitting clothes. Hoodies, jeans, or plain dresses are common. It's almost like they're trying to hide themselves. And their eyes are entirely black, no white, no color, as if their eyes are just sockets of endless void. Their speech is almost always flat and motionless, overly formal. Phrases like, we need to use your phone, or let us in, it won't take long. Many reports note an unnatural cadence in their voice. The behavior is described as calm and persistent, and they always ask to be let inside. They never force their way in. They always require an invitation. Um, there is a disturbing number of cryptids and weird beings of the like that require you to invite them in order for them to come in your house. Um, like if you look at I think we've got one of the videos in the opening sequence for the podcast where there's a strange like it looks like it's trying to be human, but the face isn't right, and they're outside the window saying, let me in, I can't come in unless you let me in. And then they're like, no, I don't know who you are, like, I'm your grandmother. It's like, no, you're not. My grandma's been dead for 12 years. Like, I'm your grandmother, let me in. And it starts beating on the window. Horrifying video. It actually just started getting some chilly chills talking about that one, because it is spooky. um yeah, it's just an overwhelming number of things within the paranormal realm that require you to let them in. I want to even say that there's something along the lines of like werewolves that you have to tell them to come in, but the big one that comes to mind for me is vampires. So immediately my brain goes to vampires with the black-eyed children. But we'll see. We've got a lot to talk about tonight, so we'll see. The question that haunts us all is, what are they really? So we have a few breakdowns of what they might be. And we're going to dig through these. I'm going to give you some personal opinions on the matter. Um let's Let's switch our ambient sounds here. There we go. The first one is demons are interdimensional entities. The fact that they need to enter ties directly to ancient lore about demons, vampires, and malevolent spirits. Some believe they feed on fear or souls and must be invited to break through the veil between dimensions. So this makes good sense. Their black eyes are seen as evidence that they are not human. Windows into nothingness, a sign of soullessness or possession. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me, is it this one? Let me hide this for a second. Yeah, look at that. That's what you're dealing with.
BS Bewares on boostrowley.online at CHGZED6.
Oh my gosh. We're getting spam already. Oh please. I've got to ban somebody. We're gonna report this guy. We're gonna ban him. It's not letting me ban their chat. That's interesting. Hold, please. Your call is important to us. I need to handle this. Otherwise, we will become slaves to the bots. We will not be purchasing viewers. Stream manager. There we go. There we go. Ban. Goodbye. Out of here. Thanks for coming in, robot. Appreciate your one comment. Thanks for making my numbers go up. You duck. All right. So, where are we at? Yes, their black eyes are seen as evidence that they are not human and windows into nothingness, a sign of soullessness or possession. So this is consistent with what we understand demon possession to look like. So we know that with demon possession, we do deal with black eyes. However, it is not intrinsically linked. The black eyes thing is not intrinsically linked in this theory. If you ask me, I don't feel like these are demons, but I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. The black eyes are just weird to me, but we're going to cover a couple other things before we make up our minds. So our next belief is that they are extraterrestrial hybrids. A growing number of believers think they are a new form of alien-human hybrid, created to blend in, but with subtle flaws. Similarities are drawn to Men in Black. You know, the encounters with Men in Black is they're emotionless, their formal speech, their odd behavior, the lack of basic understanding of human culture. And some theorize they are sent to test human reactions or even harvest emotional energy. All right, so if you're keeping score, that's two times now in the research we've come across that they feeding off something that the human, some type of human emotional reaction, an emotional energy, if you will. It's twice now it's been mentioned in the research. So let's keep that in mind as we move forward. So number 3 is vampiric beings. The invitation rule is a classic trait in the vampire mythos. Some describe the children as leaving behind feelings of sickness, nausea, or draining fatigue. Another vampiric parallel. Could they be a new evolutionary offshoot of old vampiric legends? This is very interesting. This is really closely in vein with my personal beliefs about black-eyed children. I've never seen a black-eyed child. However, I have seen a person in daylight with solid black eyes. I don't want to say precisely where. It's a little personal. But I was in a public setting. I was with a group of people. And this person went to the front of the group. And that's when I noticed. And I had a person sitting next to me, and I was like, dude, look. That girl's got no eyes. He's like, who? And I was like, that one right there. I said, look. I said, wait, she's going to turn around any second. And the girl turned around. Dude was a stranger to me. Here's what gets me is he was a stranger to me, but he saw her eyes too. And his reaction was so severe, he freaked out and grabbed my shirt. I was like, whoa, what's that? And I was like, no, don't make a scene. Don't get up. Like, look, but don't look, all right? I'm that guy's like, they're looking at you right now, but don't turn around and make it obvious. What does he do? He tries to stand up. So, I followed that person with my eyes as best I could for a little while, and eventually I lost sight of them. But it was really weird. Really weird. Like, it was, I want to say that it's similar to some of these other understandings of what we think we have here. Like, her face was just off. I don't know how else to describe it. Her face was just off. All right. Like, proportioning on the face was just weird. I don't know. It seemed weird. But yeah, the setting it was in was a little different. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it, but it was weird. So number 4 is government experiments. A fringe theory suggests that these beings are psychic children from a secret. Here we go. Hold on. Let me. My hat's falling apart. The fringe theory suggests these are beings that are really psychic children from a secret government program similar to MK Ultra Project Stargate. Maybe they escaped, or maybe they're being released to observe human behavior in real-world environments. You decide. Jeez, my hat's just falling apart now. I gotta fix this. This poor hat. It's seen some miles. Indeed. I need to make a good one. I wonder if I could just buy a good tinfoil hat. Because I am not good at making these things. All right, number 5 is mass hysteria or an internet-created myth. Skeptics argue the phenomenon is modern urban legend, fueled by stories passed through forums, podcasts, and horror fiction. Who would pass this story through a podcast? Who would do it? Point them out. There's no podcasters here, right? Yeah, podcasters. But the volume and consistency of stories, many of them shared before the children were widely known, troubles even hardened cynics. Could it be a kind of shared hallucination or a cultural ghost formed by a collective fear? So that has roots. There's roots here. This is not an unheard of explanation for things. Uh, there's that saying about, oh, what's the expression? There's a saying like, you put the energy out into the universe and it makes it real, right?
I hear it's just the US military psyoping themselves for 70 years with a hazing ritual.
Ah. Psyoping themselves. Black-eyed children or psyops? Really? How, pray tell? Thank you for the follow, by the way. The notification didn't pop. I don't get these half the time. The freaking alert box is junk. Thank you for the follow. A hazing ritual. Explain yourself, please, by all means. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. So there is a figure of speech. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's like you put your energy towards something strong enough and you make it become real in the universe. So there is the theory, like the boogeyman. Like the reason the boogeyman isn't seen by adults is because they simply don't believe in it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and confirm or deny the reality of the boogeyman. That's entirely up to you. But the theory goes, only children see.
That's what that new WSJ article claimed, though, to be fair, that was more UFOs than Bex specifically.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, Wall Street Journal. Kudos. Good pick. And people wonder why I read the news. It's like, sure, I might be in the paranormal stuff, but geez, I'm still going to read the news. Read the underlying, what's really there. Read between the lines. Between them. Yes, I see what you're saying. But yeah, the theory behind boogeyman is the children are afraid of it. So they're giving it power, they're giving it strength through its fear, and that by proxy creates a physical entity that only those who are afraid of it can see. So, are we dealing with the same thing here? Are we dealing with maybe they saw something and it created a type of fear in a society or a localized neighborhood that made their gears start turning? And it fed that fear, which put that energy out into the universe and created something from that energy. I don't know. Am I grasping at straws? I don't know. Here you go.
Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Yes, it is entirely. It's a little out there. I'm sorry. I go on little tangents sometimes. But yes, I don't usually subscribe to the school of thought when it comes to mass hysteria, but on the flip side of that, there's a handful of solid cases, canonically speaking, where mass hysteria does affect the zeitgeist of a local group of people. But it's very localized. You could look at the dancing plague, for example. The dancing plague was probably mass hysteria. I would love for it to be what everybody said it was, being a curse from somebody who was executed. But realistically, probably one or two people probably lost their mind. I think we were also dealing with some bad wheat. That crazy fungus that grew in their store of wheat, that when they made it into bread, everybody got dosed with organic LSD. And then it just became a thing. And by then, the energy from all those people fed out and everybody put in and turned into dancing fools that dance to exhaustion. Um, I don't know. I feel like that was probably mass hysteria mixed with LSD. But we might talk about that one at a later date. Whatever they are, one thing unites nearly every single case. If you say yes, if you let them in, something bad happens. So, out of all the cases where people have let these children in, here's a list of some of the bad things that happened. The top one is sudden illness or a cancer diagnosis. This is like 3/4 of the experiences where people have let them in. It generally goes down. They say, "Oh, well, there was a sudden illness. They got very sick for a very long time and died." But some of those were the earlier accounts, back before cancer detection was a little more readily available. So, more recently, historically speaking, we're getting people that has let these children in, and like strange events happen, and shortly after they're diagnosed with cancer. I wouldn't be surprised if there was something cancer-like back in the 50s when this was first reported, but these people who got sick and died weren't they weren't just sick, but they got some kind of cancer. It's hard to say. It's from the 50s. Who knows? I don't know what the process was for cancer detection back in the 1950s. I'm sure it wasn't great. So hard to say, but that's just a tangent. Another one is paranormal activity in the home, which seems right on par with the rest of what we're dealing with here. Anything that is outside, wants in your house, you give it explicit permission, it comes in, weird stuff starts happening. Paranormal activity in the home. What comes to mind presently is like a Ouija board. All right. So say you're doing let's just say for the sake of conversation that they are something along the lines of ghosts or demons. They are outside, but you aren't allowed to interact with them until you let them in. Same thing with the Ouija board. You're not allowed to communicate with them until you open that line of communication. That's why at the end of a session with a Ouija board, you always close the circle, close the conversation with goodbye. And some people that play with Ouija boards regularly will say, you've got to say clearly and out loud, don't, this is me breaking the ties with you, blah, blah, blah. I'm not permitting you to follow me or do anything. They're being very explicit with their conversation with the spirit. This feels kind of hand in hand with what we're dealing with to a degree. But definitely it feels more like the communication with spirits, demons, what have you, without the Ouija board. So like maybe the Ouija board is a conduit. They get in easier that way. But sometimes they get so desperate, they manifest themselves and come to your door or your window and they want in. But what gets me was the first guy, Brian, he was in his car. He wasn't in his home. He was in his car and they wanted in his car. Sort of like rules of like the vampires, do they translate to cars? Any structure with doors? Maybe it's the threshold that they're afraid of.
Feels very fey in a lot of ways.
It's funny you say that because that was towards the beginning of the episode. We talked about the fairies, how it does feel like there's definite parallels between fairies and black-eyed children here. Maybe this is so historically speaking, uh, fairies will try to swap babies, right? They're going to take your baby, put their fey baby in its place so you can raise it. But what happens to the ones that don't get into houses as babies? Do they grow up? Sure. Maybe this is, preteen, pre-adolescent fairies going out on their own, trying to get in your house. I don't know. It's strange. It's just, but like another facet of that is,
Especially the weird etiquette stuff comes across as very unseelie court.
yeah, it's very formal. That was an early description we talked about at the beginning of this episode. Was one of their behaviors is that they are very, very formal, and they wear outdated clothes. So, yeah, I could see. Yeah, we could. This could be a good solid yarn. Connect those with a thumbtack and a piece of string. That's a great. It's starting to solidify itself a little bit more every single time. The more we talk about this, anyway. Some of the other things that can happen. There's been a few reports of pets dying unexpectedly, which doesn't surprise me because between me and you, pets are half in and half out anyway. They see things we don't see, and I will take that to my grave. I will say it till I'm blue in the face. They see things we don't see. We've all seen videos of cats, dogs looking at corners, ceilings, playing with invisible things. Yeah, they see all this stuff. So what better way to ensure the longevity in that household than to get rid of the one thing that could detect them? It is unfortunate. I am a pet person. I have many animals, and I love them all dearly. And I've lost many animals, and that would be, well, now that I think about it, this could come back to them feeding off of human emotional energy. Interesting. Because I'm a dog person. I've got a dog. I've got a cat. I've lost my dog and my cat last year. I've got a new one now, of each, and losing them so closely to each other, within proximity to each other, the most horrible pit inside of me opened, and I was just a pit of sadness for months and months. And I could see how somebody with that kind of pit in them, if there was something paranormal feeding off of that negative energy, it would be like all you can eat buffet. Absolutely. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Another one of the list of.
Sorry to hear that. I know how tough it is to lose them.
Yes, it was very tough. It was one of the hardest things I've ever had to deal with. We lost the dog first, and it wasn't just a few months later we lost the cat, and it seems like they were close. So one losing the other made the other one give up. So they're fine now. They're doing okay. We're doing okay. But I could definitely see how something that fed off of human emotional energy would feed off of somebody that lost a pet. Absolutely, an all-you-can-eat buffet. Absolutely. It is tough. It is very tough. And this is the first time I've been able to talk about it without crying. Jeez. It's been over a year, but still hard. Still hard. Anywhoots, the last two on the list of bad things that happen to people is unexplained bad luck, and in some cases, straight up disappearance. People just disappear. This could draw a clear tangent between the alien human hybrid thing. Are they sent here to read and gauge our emotional reaction to weird situations and circumstances? Sure, maybe. Sure, now that we're done studying them, let's take them. Makes sense. It does make sense. Yet strangely, there are no publicly documented cases of someone letting them in and surviving to talk about it. The stories always end up at the doorstep, just in time. So maybe the legends are a warning. Maybe they're
Answer
not
point
meant
you
to
brought
scare
up
us.
Earlier made me think about the UFO radiation thing.
Yes, it's very true. Very, very true. It's I've done a bit of research about UFO encounters, alien abduction encounters. There's a lot of evidence that points to radiation exposure when it comes to aliens and UFOs. However, I cannot think of a single circumstance where somebody met with an alien human hybrid and got some form of radiation sickness. I can't think of a single one. I mean, there's even reports of alien human hybrids in government back in the 60s. There were reports of it back in the 50s up on Capitol Hill in Washington. But you didn't really, I mean, so these people would be in, in the room with Parliament, or not Parliament, that's a horrible word, with government. And there were no reports of radiation sickness
True,
or
it does
poisoning.
tend to be more about interacting with the craft than the occupants.
Right. It seems like maybe the craft is shielding the ETs from the radiation, so maybe it absorbs into the craft. So it's maybe something with the abductions that tends to be a little bit more with the radiation poisoning. But it is strange that you don't hear stories about alien human hybrids with radiation poisoning. Was it Betty and Barney Hill? I think it was Betty Hill. Didn't she get abducted later? And she was introduced to an alien human hybrid on a ship. And they said it was one of her children, but she didn't get radiation poisoning still. But she got it from the initial interaction, when her and her husband was abducted, I do believe. There's a lot of strange tangents here. This could really connect to a bunch of different things. It's hard to really say precisely what we're dealing with here. So it makes you wonder if the legends are a warning. Maybe they're not meant to scare us, but they're meant to more protect us. Which brings us to first-hand accounts. Some of my favorites. I love me some first-hand accounts. First-hand accounts. Here we go. It's one thing to hear a single story passed along like an urban legend, but the black-eyed children aren't confined to one town or even one country. Reports stretch across decades and continents, hauntingly similar and frighteningly consistent. So a lot of these that I'm about to read are first-hand accounts. I can't say whether they're true or not, but what I can say is that these were reported to police, and a police report was taken. But unfortunately, for a lot of these things, there is no physical evidence, and this is a frustrating part of what we're dealing with here. This is why a government thing might be part of the lore here, because how do you make a group of people seem uneducated and distrustworthy You feed them lies, so they regurgitate those lies, or you remove evidence to make them seem stupid, like they're telling lies. So let's say I'm a government person. I break into your house and tell you the aliens are coming to get you. You call the police. The police show up. Well, there's no footprints because the government man, made sure to not leave footprints when he was there. So all of a sudden, you're labeled as untrustworthy and spouts lies. Government man gets away. It's a good way to do it. It really is. And this is why you see so many cleanups when it comes to governments and conspiracies. Something might have happened. Oh, no, there was nothing here. What are you talking about? A lot of the episodes of the X-Files come to mind. I was binging X-Files over the weekend, and these guys, it was the episode where they were doing it was where they found the alien, like the weird black alien goo that seeped into humans in a cave. And once they found the goo inside a human, turning it into an alien, they sealed off the area, and there's these huge white domes covering the hole, and there's government, blank government vehicles coming in and out. But at the end of the episode, Mulder goes to go back to where it was all happening, and there's not a mark on the ground. No footprints, no treads, nothing. And that comes back to not necessarily a cover-up, but a form of disinformation that causes the person to say, oh, well, I saw something there. Well, let's go look. Well, there's nothing here. There's not even tire marks. How could there have been a whole fleet of government vehicles here? Obviously, you're crazy. This is what they do. This is exactly what they do. Let me get a couple sips of my bravery juice here. And we're going to get into this first case from 2015 in Vermont. I think we need some ambience. Let's go. In a chilling report published by Week in Weird, a Vermont woman who chose to remain anonymous shared a horrifying tale. It was a snowy winter night in January 2015 when she heard 3 loud knocks at her door around 2 a.m. She cautiously opened the front door to find 2 children standing on the porch, 1 boy and 1 girl around 10 years old. They were not dressed for the snow and their voices were flat. Quote, "May we come in?" I asked. "Our parents will be here soon." She felt compelled, against all logic, to let them in. Once inside, everything changed. Her cats hissed and fled the rooms. Her husband woke up with a severe nosebleed. The children sat silently on the couch until, without warning, both looked up, revealing pitch black eyes. Suddenly the children said, quote, "Our parents are here," and walked out to a black sedan at the end of the driveway, driven by 2 tall black men in suits. In the weeks that followed, both the woman and her husband were diagnosed with an aggressive form of skin cancer, and the doctors could not explain the sudden onset. Okay, so that sounds like radiation poisoning out the gate. This just might be some of our first documented cases. We're drawing the parallel here, so let's say it out loud. This could be our first documented cases of alien-human hybrids interacting with humans, causing radiation sickness
Sounds
of some
like
form.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like radiation. Absolutely radiation. Barney Hill was diagnosed with skin cancer after his initial encounter with the UFO and his subsequent abduction. But strangely enough, his skin cancer was only around his eyes because he looked at the UFOs through binoculars. So, Texas, 1996. The most famous and first widely publicized encounter occurred in Abilene, Texas in 1996, where journalist Brian Bethel was sitting in his car near a movie theater when two boys approached his window and asked for a ride. They spoke oddly, almost hypnotically, and insisted they couldn't enter unless he agreed. When he looked up and saw their pure black eyes, he sped away in terror. And this report, shared on an early internet forum, sparked the modern spread of the black-eyed children accounts. Ohio, 2014. A man named Paul Schilling claimed he was staying at a hotel in Marietta, Ohio, when he was awoken around 3:30 a.m. by a knock on his door. He looked through the peephole and saw a young girl about 12 with long dark hair and old-fashioned clothes. She asked to come in, saying her mother had left her. Suspicious, Paul didn't open the door, but watched as she stood silently for over 10 minutes. When he called the front desk, no one had seen a child in the hallway. Security footage showed no one at the door, and yet the knock was real and her voice was real. Soon thereafter, Paul's health began declining rapidly in the months after. He reported insomnia, hallucinations, and bouts of unexplained depression until eventually leaving his job and moving out of state. Black-eyed children sightings aren't just an American phenomenon. In Staffordshire, UK, a paranormal hotspot known as the Cannock Chase became the center of a media storm between 2014 and 2016. Multiple locals reported seeing a ghostly girl with black eyes wandering the woods, often giggling or crying to lure in hikers. In one 2015 interview with the Daily Star, a man named Lee Brickley, a local paranormal investigator, shared a case where a young family encountered the child near Castle Ring, an Iron Age hill fort. The girl asked for help, claiming she was lost, but when they approached, she looked up, revealing she had black voids for eyes, and she vanished moments later. Brickley traced the phenomena back to similar sightings reported in 1982 from a woman who claimed she saw the same child near an old mining site. In 2009, a chilling case on an Australian paranormal message board, a man named Dean Anders claimed he and his brother explored an abandoned farmhouse outside Adelaide, Australia, while on a photography trip. Inside, they found children's toys, drawings, and a rotten wood table set for a tea party. As they explored, they heard footsteps upstairs, then 3 knocks on the door. They ran, only to see 2 children standing at the gate, one girl and one boy, barefoot and still staring at them. When Dean tried to speak, he froze. He said it felt like all warmth and sound had left the world. When he finally turned away to look back, they were gone. So, let me stop the heartbeat. Stop the heartbeat. So, in nearly every case, the details align. The children appear at night, often during storms or isolated hours between 2 and 4 a.m. They speak in formal, mechanical tones. They ask to come in, to use the phone, wait for a ride, or to get food. The person feels deep, unexplainable fear. If the children are refused entry, they often disappear suddenly. If let in, things go wrong. Illness, misfortune, and worse. Despite different continents, cultures, and decades of time, the stories are nearly identical. How can so many people, most of them who have never heard of each other, report encounters with nearly identical beings? Could it be a mass delusion? I think not. A shared archetype embedded deep in the human psyche? Or are these beings real and spreading? So, moving forward, we are going to talk about the psychological and the cultural impact of what's going on. We've heard the stories. We've felt the chill. But behind the legend of the black-eyed children lies a deeper question. Not just what are they, but why do they haunt us in the first place? Why do so many cultures across the world, across time, feel unnerved by pale, expressionless children with unnatural eyes? So let's peel back the layers just a little bit. Ooh, we're gonna touch on one of my favorite things.
Also, are they a new phenomena or just a new presentation of an old one?
That's a good question, and I think that that also ties in with the Fae. The stories about Fae, lean way back. We're talking medieval times, back before we had paved roads. So it makes you wonder if it is the Fae, right? What if it is the Fae? And maybe their original way to get into households were to swap children, right? So what if they finally realized that, the child swapping thing isn't working anymore? And now they're looking for new ways to get in. It almost feels like a desperation, right? Like maybe they're dying off, and this is like a desperate last breath attempt to get into people's households to continue lineage, right? It's a fair question, and it is a good question. It's hard to say. We're only about half through all of our research for the subject, but we're gonna hold our let's hold our full thoughts on the Fae for just now. But it's definitely seeming like I don't usually voice my opinion too early in the episodes, but I'm on the fence right now between two different things. It's either Fae or vampires. Straight up. I don't see much evidence. The extraterrestrial thing does come to mind, but excuse me. Historically speaking, the Fae does cause bad luck for people. So, who's to say the bad luck for people isn't sickness or illness? It could be a bunch of different things. And then also the flip side of that coin is, what if it is vampires? What better way to prove that you're being attacked by a vampire than to prove that you're sick because you're being fed on? Medically speaking, nobody can really tell you what happens when you get bit by a vampire, or or what happens after you're fed on by a vampire. It could be, who's to say the vampire virus, if you're not turned, who's to say it doesn't cause cancer? I don't know. Something to think about. So next we're going to talk about one of my favorite theories, and this is a thing that was initially coined when robotics hit the scene. So in early robots, there was a branch. There was a clean break. One school of thought was, we want to make these things as human as possible. And then the other branch said, we just want to make them as helpful as possible. We don't care what they look like. And the branch that wanted to make robots as human as possible ran into something called the uncanny valley effect.
Vampires were also considered agents of sickness and disease, I think. More so than being bloodsuckers in the old days.
Right. Yes, I completely agree with you. I think unofficially, the bubonic plague was blamed on vampires. But officially, we know that it was rats, right? But there was, early lore with vampires was somebody in your family. You got 5 people in your family. One person dies. Then one person in your family becomes very sick, very ill, and they die. And then the next person becomes very sick and ill, and they die, and so on and so forth until the whole family's dead. And they would dig up the first person that died, and they would see that their body did not decompose in a normal way. And that is where this historically, the idea of a vampire started was, oh, this first person that died was obviously a vampire and killed off the other family members. And so they canonically became attributed to sickness and illness and disease because they were saying, oh, well, this person's wasting away. They must be being fed on by a vampire. We cannot say, conclusively if that was the case. We can't say it could have been tuberculosis. It's hard to say. It really is, because disease was rampant back in the day, and we had no way of identifying it. So this is where the lore of vampires came from. But you are absolutely right, and thank you for that point, because we're going to talk about that towards the end when we get to conclusions. But first, we're going to talk about the uncanny valley effect. So with robotics, what they dealt with was like what we see today, robots that look like robots from a movie. They're not human. They're human shaped, but they don't have perfect human features. The reason they are that way is because of the uncanny valley effect. This is where they were trying to make robots so human-like that they were scary. They would give them perfect latex faces and wonderful, beautiful eyes and eyelashes and hair, and something just wasn't right. So at the core of the fear many people feel when seeing a black-eyed child is something scientists call the uncanny valley. It's the deep, disturbing reaction humans feel when something looks almost human, but not quite. Psychologists believe this fear is hardwired into our survival instinct. It's why we flinch at dolls, mannequins, or wax figures that feel off. The black-eyed children sit squarely in that uncanny valley zone. Their age implies innocence. Their eyes scream anger. Their faces are blank, and their speech is stilted. It's not just the eyes that terrify, it's everything else about them pretending to be normal. That's what racks us with fear. That's the scary part. So before we get into this next part, I do need to take a quick break. I need to use the restroom. Don't go away. What? How do we see? 13 lip. I 3 lip. I'm presuming it's 13 lip. Thank you for being here. Don't go away. Just gotta use the restroom. We'll be right back. All right, I've returned. Sorry about that. I am human, after all. I do have to use the restroom sometimes. All right, cool. I got the notification for your follow, Lip. Appreciate the follow. I really do. Every little bit helps. The dream is to do this full time, and it's been a little slow lately. But I appreciate you being here. Oh, all right. So, next we are going to talk about fear.
My pleasure. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't interesting.
Thank you. That means so much. Been doing this for a year. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the podcast, and so few people come through and say that what we do is interesting. I usually have 2 others with me, and they're both taking a leave of absence. They've got some personal things going on. Usually it's a little more interesting. There's a little more of a banter going on. So I've been solo riding for a couple months now, and not gonna lie, I've been in a little bit of a rut. It's hard to do this when you're podcasting to yourself, but it makes the stream so much better when somebody is in chat and interacting. But thank you. I really, really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. There you go. Okay. But yeah, today is our 1 year anniversary. 1 year ago today, we released season 1, episode 1, where we talked about the Phoenix Lights, one of my very, very favorite episodes. I did not have to write a script for that one. I knew that episode by the back of my hand. Love me a good UFO story, especially one so heavily documented like the Phoenix Lights. All right. So we're talking about fear now. So why children? Why not physical demons or monstrous beasts? There's something uniquely unsettling about the subversion of innocence. That is, where children are symbols of safety, vulnerability, and trust. When those same traits are twisted, when they knock at your door asking for help but radiate menace, it short circuits our emotional response. Okay. So for those of you keeping score, that's our 5th mention of a powerful emotional response to something. I'm seeing a trend and I'm starting to form an idea of what we're dealing with here. They're not just strange, they're a betrayal of what should be safe. And this theme has echoed across centuries. Here you go. Yeah, Lip, you're going to like this part. In European fairy tales, changelings, we talked about this earlier, malevolent beings who replaced real children were a common fear. So we did touch on this a little bit earlier. They would swap. People were scared to death that once they had a baby in the family, they were scared to death that fairies were going to swap their children with fairy children. These were called changelings. And it was such a prolific, common fear among people back in those times that they literally tortured their own children to prove that they were human or not. It was so bad. It's, you know, the human race is doing something wrong when you look back in history and you shake your head in shame. And I am literally ashamed of some of the things that we did to our own children back in medieval times. It was bad. It was really bad. I'm not going to talk too much on it, but it was bad. Also, in Japanese folklore, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. Come on, Google Translate. Let's go. Because I am not going to be able to pronounce this. I'm not good with Japanese. Okay. How do we spell this? Oh, this is a horrible English translation. Oh my gosh. Let me hear what the English or the Japanese telling it. Oh wait. Come back. Come back. What did you do? That was weird. I hit the speak thing and it refreshed my entire page. I gotta type this back in. I'm sorry this is taking so long. Oh, yeah. Turn my sound up, huh?
これつけ女
Yeah, I didn't get any of that. Here you go. Here's what it's supposed to sound like.
これつけ女
One more time.
凍れつけ女
Koryotsuke ona. Literally let me read what it has to say first. This is funny. So the Koryotsuke ona appears as a helpless or beautiful woman only to reveal disfigured otherworldly features once it's too late. To give you okay. The English translation of the word is sit mouth woman. How's it?
凍れつけ女
Yeah, that's Koryotsuke-ona. It's a demon. I remember this word from one of many, many anime that I watch. But face sit woman, is that what it said? Face sit woman? Sit mouth woman. So no, slit mouth woman. I'm sorry. Shame on me. I'm sorry. Like I said, I watch too much anime. Slit mouth woman appears as a helpless or beautiful woman, only to reveal disfigured otherworldly features once it's too late. So there was a movie made a number of years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago, where they specifically about this Japanese demon, and she would look normal, and then once you got close enough, her head would fall back and her mouth would be huge, and she would just swallow the person. Yeah, it's horrible. And the corners of her mouth were cut back clean to the pivot of the jaw. I think the folklore was about vanity. Like the woman was pursuing perfection, and in her frustration of not being able to obtain perfection, she used a knife to cut the corners of her mouth back and horribly disfigured herself. Yeah, and turned herself into a demon in the process. So this is an echoing of the theme. The black-eyed children are the modern changeling, a wolf in a hoodie as opposed to a
There's
wolf in
something
sheep's
like
clothing.
where she asked people if she was beautiful. Rings a bell.
Yes, that's precisely it. That is precisely it. Kudos on you. You know your stuff. Kudos. That is precisely what it is. Yes, she would approach people at night, and I think canonically speaking, she would have like a hood up, and she would approach people and ask if she was beautiful. Am I beautiful? And then if you said, like, I think if you said no, is when she would attack. But if you said yes, she would try to go home with you, and then she would attack. Something along those lines. But yeah, you're right on the money with that one. That's precisely what it was. Yes. Another podcast that I listened to, one of many that I listened to, talked about it. Horrifying Japanese folklore. Absolutely horrifying. Japanese folklore is not for the faint of heart. So, folklorists like Dr. Elizabeth Tucker of Birmingham University argue that modern technology doesn't kill folklore, it transforms it. Urban legends used to travel by word of mouth. Now they travel by Reddit threads, TikTok clips, and podcasts like this one. The black-eyed children now thrive in this new ecosystem. They are short-form, horror-ready, perfect for forums, campfire stories, reels, and easily repeatable and regurgitatable. Regurgitatable? Regurgitatable. You know what? I'm going to have another little bit of this drink. Hold on. Yep. Repeatable and regurgitate worthy. Let's use that. Same core structure, but with personal
I think I
variations.
first came across them in some creepypasta, so that tracks.
Yes, and that's I think it's where I came across mine too. Creepypastas are the new form. Well, I say new form. They're at this point they're a little dated. I wouldn't say, antique by today's standards, but creepypastas were the bridge between forums from the early 90s and quick and easily digestible reels and TikToks. But in a horror format. So, I, telling my age, I was not super into the creepypasta thing. I started off on the internet in the 90s. So my thing was IRC Chan, which was 4chan before 4chan was 4chan. I went on forums. I went on, straight up message boards and forums to talk with other people about similar things. Which is where creepypastas came from. So, I think I'm pretty sure the first time I heard about Black-Eyed Children was a creepypasta. I didn't get into them until maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but, it did troll the early forums, and I do want to say that I remember hearing something about it earlier. It's hard to say. I would really like to find dude's thread, like what he was on, that made him go back or made him post to, I would like to know what he posted on. What am I on? Page 8 of 14. Let me see. It doesn't precisely say where he posted his the first guy, Brian, the journalist. It doesn't say precisely where he posted, but it does say that he posted. Oh my god. You did not have to sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. You are our Jesus Christ. You're my first sub in like 3 years. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are the best. You are the best. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That helps a lot. That really boosted the confidence. Thank you. But yeah, I was there for the early IRC Chan, and there we talked about a lot of this stuff, and I feel like majority of the stuff that was on those forums were later translated into creepypastas, and people would take the concepts from what was on the forums, and it was later embellished because there were some great writers out there. They would take the bare bones of the concepts of the things being told, and then they would twist it, and they would write a little story about it. I love creepypastas. They're great. Between me and you, creepypastas are what got me into podcasting. The original concept for the podcast was I was gonna read creepypastas. There's a guy, I can't remember his name, but he only reads stories from state park forest rangers, but only like paranormal stuff. And he went on for like years, like 3-4 years, and only told firsthand accounts. And it got a hold of me so deep, like it put its hooks in me so deep that I was like, man, I could do this. How can I make stories like this more easily.
The history of paranormal internet stuff itself is fascinating. From the BBS boards to forums to chants to YouTube, etc.
Oh, precisely, yeah. And that's where I feel like there was a little bit of a loss in translation when the original forums came out to creepypastas. Um, Not everybody knew what creepypastas were. And I spent like a year just reading creepypastas, finding people that would just read creepypastas on YouTube. And I was like, this is horribly interesting. And I was like, I could do this. But then when I sat down and started really putting pen to paper and deciding what I wanted to do, I was like, well, everybody's reading creepypastas now. So what else can I do? And I've been a paranormal junkie since day one, as long as I can remember. 7, 8 years old, camping out in my backyard, listening to Coast AM. I was always all about the paranormal. And I'm like, well, what? I was like, I want a podcast. I want to sit down and I want to talk. And I want to inform people about things they don't know about or it's never been on their radar. How can I do that? And paranormal came up. I was like, this is great. This is precisely what I think I can do. So creepypastas were my segue into podcasting. And I tried I had a podcast before this that did not take off. Where I just collected stories from people. And the original concept was I wanted to collect horror stories from people. But realistically, there was only like 3 people I knew that had horror stories. So, one being myself. And I was like, well, let's do deep dives into paranormal. And so this happened. So you're right. Creepypastas is where a lot of these things get their start. I went a little personal tangent there, but yeah, the internet does a phenomenal job of connecting people with information that they're not usually privy to. But I think the disconnect is a lot of people don't know how to get that information. You see what I'm saying? So I think this is my way personally of connecting individuals from stories being told that rattle you to the bones to, we're going to bridge a little gap between what could be real and something easily digestible today. So here we are, Beyond the Shadows podcast. A little rabbit hole for you. Thank you. Oh, geez, I lost complete track where I was at. The black-eyed children thrive in this new ecosystem of short-form horror-ready formats, repeatable, the same core structure with personal variations, and also culturally flexible. They've been spotted in Appalachia, England, Canada, Australia, and even Japan. The fact that their stories often involve direct contact, a knock, a conversation, and a decision whether to let them in or not makes them personal and interactive in a way every listener is forced to answer. Would you let them in? So we're getting into more of the psychological part of this, where some psychologists suggest that the phenomenon is tied to 3 things. One of which is a sleep paralysis episode where shadowy beings are often reported. So we touched on sleep paralysis a handful of episodes back where we talked about shadow people and the Hat Man. I do believe in sleep paralysis. I know it happens. It has happened to me. My experience was not as extreme as some of them could be. But I do believe that sleep paralysis is a thing. Hypnagogic hallucinations, experiences that are taking place between waking and sleep. This is very, very similar to sleep paralysis. hypnagogic hallucinations are some of my favorite when it comes to paranormal, because you're dealing with your body is asleep, but your brain is awake, or vice versa. And your brain is in the sleep state, but your body is asleep. So your brain is producing the chemicals to create a sleep pattern, a dream cycle, but your body is awake, or your brain, it could go either way. So when you go to sleep, your body is paralyzed, and your brain naturally produces chemicals to induce paralysis. Otherwise, you're going to act out your dreams. This is why I've seen personally. It's a horrible story, and I hate that this happened to me. But 12, 13 years old, I remember my dad drinking a bunch of beer and smoking a bunch of weed, and he had crazy nightmares. And he gets up and starts fighting the tent while we're camping, like knocking holes in the side of the tent with his bare fist. And he tore the tent down. We had to leave camping day one because his reaction. But that's because the intake of chemicals he put into his body changed the way his brain interacted with his body. So now his brain went into the sleep state, but it was unable to produce those chemicals that made his body go into the sleep state. So he was physically acting out what he was dreaming. We talked at length about that for many, many years. We still talk about that. Like he visited me last year and we talked about it. Like he's like, "You really remember that?" I say, "Yeah. How could I forget that? It scared the fucking hell out of me." And the last thing psychologists suggest the phenomenon is tied to is mass hysteria. Boo, we don't like that one. We don't like mass hysteria at all. No, thank you. Mass hysteria is very, very rarely recorded. And it's a blanket excuse when it comes to things that science cannot understand or explain. We'll just put it that way. So for hundreds of years, the people that for the dancing plague, they thought that it was they would say that it was the demons or ghosts or what have you. And now it's mass hysteria. But then it was like the last handful of years they've discovered it was not mass hysteria. It was in fact, LSD, naturally occurring LSD in their wheat. So mass hysteria is science's way of putting an answer on something that they can't explain. They're always looking for the scientific explanation. I'm sorry. It's not always a scientific explanation. So, the black-eyed children may also represent something bigger. A modern myth for a postmodern world. Think about it. Strangers knocking at your door.
Periods where I get hypnagogia, a lot spiders on the ceiling and floating lights, etc. I never had one where I get up, walk to the front door, and have a conversation with a kid during one though.
Right? Yeah. So this is why I don't think hypnagogic state is an explanation for the black-eyed children. Very rarely do we deal with people in, I forget the technical term for sleepwalking, but very rarely do we deal with sleepwalkers go up and interact with something that isn't there. It's usually them going through the motions of something that they usually do. It's a repetition. And, Freud talked about this, where dreams are just an amalgamation, a smattering of memories from the day running through your brain, and you can see this proven through sleepwalkers, somnambulists. I know there's a word for this. I forget what the word is. Let me look it up. What's the psychological term for sleepwalkers? Yes, there we go. I cannot pronounce this word. Oh my gosh. Let me. Okay, I copied it.
Something between somnia and ambulation.
Yes. Oh, geez. Come on, Google Translate. Give me. I use Google Translate a lot to give me the pronunciation of things.
Somnambulism.
Somnambulism. Wow, that is not how our
Somnambulism.
somnambulism. Wow, I really somnambulism. Well, now that I see it, yeah, somnambulism. That's the technical psychological term for sleepwalkers. So you don't see sleepwalkers going up and interacting with things that aren't there. Somnambulists, that's the word I wanted to use earlier. They would go through their motions like they would be during their day. So somnambulists would be standing at the stove in the kitchen, moving a pan back and forth like they're frying an egg, or they would be standing in the living room pacing with their phone to their ear like they're on a phone call. And Freud said that dreams are a way of the brain purging what happened through the day. So it's taking all that data, all that information that you collected today, and it's pushing it out. And the only way to flush it out of the brain is to dream. And it makes great sense. It really does. Like, go and watch 15 horror movies in a row and then go to sleep. You're going to dream about horror movies. Go and watch 15 movies about race cars and go drive a race car. Go to sleep. You're going to dream about racing cars. There's sound science behind it. And you're right. I like hypnagogia, like speech chat picked it up. Hypnagogia. Yeah, I see. There's been a few times where I've been laying in bed, completely paralyzed, and acting out my dreams, or my eyes would be open and I see things physically in the space around me from my dreams, but I'm not getting up and talking to strange children with antiquated clothes at the door. I'm sorry. Psychologists, try all you want. That's not what's happening here. It is not. It is not. So as our trust in institutions, neighbors, and media fractures, these children become the ultimate metaphor. The danger that asks to be let in. Whether real, imagined, or something in between, black-eyed children reflect something deep inside us. Our fear of the unknown, our guilt about ignoring those in need, or our suspicion that some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. They are the knock that we don't want to answer, the eyes we don't want to meet, the questions we are too afraid to ask. But what happens if we say yes? It's late now. The lights are low. Maybe you're listening to this in your car, on a walk, lying in bed, only the hum of the night around you, but something lingers, doesn't it? A feeling, a question, a knock at the edge of your mind. You've heard the stories from Brian Brethel's 1996 encounter in Abilene, Texas, to the pale children outstanding standing outside that farmhouse in Adelaide, in Australia, to the ghost girl giggling through the trees in Cannock Chase in Japan. They show up with the same ask, the same voice, the same eyes that shouldn't be. And always that same question: will you let us in? Most stories stop at the threshold. The witness runs, the children vanish, the damage is done, but the line is not crossed. And why? Maybe it's instinct, maybe it's luck, or maybe we're only hearing from the ones who said no. Those who say yes don't come back with stories. No one knows what happens after the invitation, only that it's irreversible. The air gets heavy, technology dies, pets hide, illness creeps in, misfortune sticks like tar. And just like that, the children are gone. The phenomenon is still alive today. Search the forums, the subreddits, the confessionals buried in paranormal YouTube comments. 2022, a man in Ontario refuses to open his cabin door during a snowstorm. He sees two figures on a security camera, small, still, and staring. 2023, a teenage girl in rural Iowa reports two children standing outside her bedroom window at 3 a.m., smiling and not blinking. 2024, a retired couple in Oregon reports their doorbell camera recording no one, but their audio picks up a child's voice saying, quote, "Let me in, please." The names change, the towns change, but the knock always returns. They are eternal strangers, trapped between folklore and reality. Feeding, maybe, on attention or something darker. So what do we make of it? Are the black-eyed children demons, aliens, government experiments, folkloric echoes born from modern fears, or are they something created? A psychic wound, a living story, a ghost that grows stronger every time it's told. Maybe that's the thing about legends. When you believe in them, you keep them alive. When you tell someone else, you open the door just a little wider. So now, dear listener, if you ever hear a knock at your door after midnight, if you open the curtain and see two children standing there, motionless, their face is just a little too pale, and their eyes complete black, you know what not to do. Don't open the door. Don't answer their questions. Don't make eye contact. And above all, don't say yes. Oh, that was a good week for script writing. Wow. Came out a little more poetic than I expected. Awesome. Great. So we've come to the end. Folks. We've hit, oh my gosh, we hit our 2-hour mark on the nail. 1 hour and 59 minutes live. So let's talk about it. What do we think about black-eyed children? Let me throw this. Here you go.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
No, I don't think it's space aliens.
Just as midnight strikes for me. Very well timed.
Midnight? Where are you at? Are you I've got some friends in Australia, but I think they're mourning. I have no clue where you could be. Midnight. You, not the UK. Just curious. Just curious. So, so yeah, midnight over there. If you hear a knock at the door tonight, and there's some kids standing out there, do not answer it. uh, or better yet, if you've got a gun, open the door, just blow them away. Close the door. No, don't do that. There's too much turmoil in the
Yes,
world.
UK.
UK, good guess. Awesome. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. Midnight, gosh, geez. I'm 40. I couldn't stay up till midnight if I wanted to. Uh, but yeah, so let's talk about what we think the black-eyed children are. We've talked about demons. We've talked about aliens. We've talked about government projects. Are they the psychic humans sent to observe us normal humans, or are they vampires, or are they fairies? So I said earlier that I was caught between the fae and vampires. So I'm going to lean towards vampires. But let me break it down. So we think about vampires in the traditional sense, that they're bloodsuckers, they bite the neck, they do this, they Bela Lugosi, bite the neck, curly claws. I don't think that's inherently true. I do believe personally that vampires come in more than one form. Sure, I do think there are vampires that bite the neck, do the Bela Lugosi thing, and turn into bats and all this other stuff. But I feel like we also have what are called psychic vampires. And psychic vampires, much like the show What We Do Beyond the Shadows, or what we do in the shadows. Yes, that's it. Great show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. There is one vampire in their group that is a psychic vampire, and it is psychic vampires have always been my favorite because they are at the least amount of risk. They are the vampire that all they got to do is talk to you to feed off your energy. Psychic vampires feed off of energy inherently. So I feel like what we're dealing with when it comes to black-eyed children, that they are psychic vampires. Because what we're dealing with is they can't cross the threshold, be it a car, a house, whatever you're in, there's a threshold. Vampires cannot cross that threshold without being invited. So you would think if a standard cookie cutter vampire were to be let in, exanuation would happen. I love that word. They were to be blood drinking, murder, dead people, whatever, and maybe these are the ones that we don't hear about because they are the ones that were let in. So let's say I'm a psychic vampire and I have a blood drinking vampire as a companion. I'm going to be a psychic vampire and I'm going to knock on your door but make myself look like a child. So as that psychic vampire looking like a child, I'm immediately causing psychological distress and emotional distress because of my appearance. And a psychic vampire would immediately feed off of that energy. But what if you let them in, you say?
The more I think about it, the more it seems vampires, but also the more it makes vampires seem fake. The etiquette, the trickery, the use of children to lure, the mesmerism.
Right. Yes, I agree. I agree with the Fae part of it, but I think it's vampires. So I'm a psychic vampire. I'm gonna knock on your door, middle of the night. Ta 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 ta. Please, will you let me in? I need to make a call. I need to wait for my parents. Here's the kicker. Here's the trick. I need to wait for my parents, right? So you're gonna let me in. I'm gonna feed off your psychic energy while the physical blood-sucking vampire shows up. And once the child psychic vampire leaves, the physical blood drinking vampire shows up, drains the person, and that's why you don't hear about people that let them in. That's it. I figured it out. However, the etiquette, the dated clothing, we also see this with vampires. We do. I feel like it was a really, really close race between Fae and vampires here. And I feel like vampires just took it, an extra mile more because there's more than one type of vampire and the type of feeding that they use. It seems like the stories of black-eyed children are few and far between, but also, wouldn't you consider the pairing of a psychic and a physical vampire to be a pairing that is few and far between? Is that so far-fetched? Would you say at the rate these stories are being told? That's my theory. So I'm going to say that this is indeed paranormal, that we are indeed dealing with something paranormal here, and I do believe what we're dealing with is vampires. Let's look back on even the Bela Lugosi vampire. I'm gonna find a picture. I say Bela Lugosi. I don't think was it Bela Lugosi as Dracula? Yes, Bela Lugosi played Dracula. So who played Nosferatu? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, let's look at Nosferatu. But I had a specific, memory with the original Nosferatu having black eyes. Maybe I'm wrong. But here's the kicker. Maybe they got the movies wrong. Because Nosferatu was able to enter the house without being asked inside. Think about that. Interesting indeed. But I'm going to say black-eyed children, what we're dealing with is vampires. I feel like
Sure. I guess what I'm saying is, are vampires actually a type of fae? The parallels between the two are striking even without the black-eyed children part.
fantastic collection of information. We're gonna get to that. Hold on 2 seconds. My wife is calling my name. I gotta step away for just 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. I do have a family. And when they call, I have to answer. All right. So you says, sure. I guess what I'm saying is, are vampires actually a type of fae? The parallels between the two are striking, even without the black-eyed children part. Yes, this is very, very good, astute observation. So let's look at the traditional description of a vampire. So the let me go back to the screen. What we're looking at here is the first visual representation in film of a vampire. I'm curious, what is the first description? First recorded. What is the first recorded use of when pigs fly? I did not type that, I promise you. What is the first recorded description of vampires? The first recorded description of a creature resembling a modern vampire is believed to be from 1047. That is old. An old Russian text which mentions Uper. The word vampire itself appears in English language in 1732 in a news report about vampire, quote, epidemics in Eastern Europe, which is what we talked about earlier. The tales of the creature with vampiric characteristics, like those who attack people in their sleep, drain their bodily fluids, found in Greece. Largely rooted in Eastern European folklore, the Balkans, cited as a potential early example of a person described as a vampire in historical records, though he was referred to as a strijon, a local term for something resembling a vampire and a warlock. So I'm not seeing like descriptions my hope was to see what was the earliest description of a vampire, because I want to see what they think it looks like. I think originally it was thought of as a devil. Just like a pale human, so humanoid but pale. Okay, so we're checking the box for black-eyed children, but we're also checking the box for the fae. So it makes me wonder. Let's cross-reference. Let's do a little bit of due diligence here. Could the fae sprout wings? Yes, fae creatures, especially fairies, are often depicted with wings, and in some folklores, they sprout wings as they mature. The wings are vary in appearance, but often resemble insect wings, those of butterflies, and some traditional wings are a sign of their connection to nature. So let's say the description of the vampire was brought upon by some sort of physical interaction of the fae, but they assumed the fae were some type of devil, and through colloquialisms and through word of mouth, some creature who was associated as a devil but had wings turned into what we see as a vampire today. Because traditionally speaking, the fae also did a lot of the things that a psychic vampire would do. Um, n- Old world tales of the Fae would talk about how when they would meet the Fae in the woods, they would feel physically drained, right? So I think you're right. Are we dealing with vampires explicitly? Or vampires some type of branch off of the Fae tree? Uh, that's a great question. That it really is. Uh, I w- I'm gonna research this a little bit more. It's hard to say. It really is. You know what? Let's Google it. Let's Google it. Let's see what happens when we Google it. No, are vampires really Fae, or are Fae really vampires? Let's see. Are vampires really Fae? Oh, no.
All speculation at the end of the day, but it's fun to speculate.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of it makes me wonder, like humans, uh if you believe in creationism, or if you follow Darwinism, the theory of evolution, if you follow Darwinism like I do, the humans came from monkeys. Sure. So let's say that there was a branch, Neanderthals, humans. Who's not to say that there was, some predecessor of the Fae and vampires, and they split? They're relatives, but they're on that same tree. Google says no, vampires and Fae are generally distinct creatures in folklore and fiction. While there can be overlaps and variations, vampires are typically defined as undead beings who feed on human blood, whereas Fae creatures are magical beings associated with nature, often inhabiting the other world. Okay, so they're very polar opposite of each other. So which is
There are also banshees which seem to straddle the line between the two.
yes. Yes, absolutely. It's funny that vampires and Fae are what we came down on. They seem to be so similar, but when you look at it in literal aspects, they are the polar opposites of each other, right? Vampires are undead. They feed off of the living humans, whereas Fae are very much alive. They're very natural. So like undead, the inverse of undead would be a natural life. I mean, everything works in, symmetry, right? So are vampires the natural inversion of Fae? Did we figure something out tonight? Did we? I don't know. It's a really interesting concept. I would love to pick my other co-host brain on this one. And so my other two co-hosts, one is Aeon. He's a very factual based person, whereas I'm the conspiratorial guy. And Paul he's a lawyer and also a Catholic priest. He is our grounding unit. He keeps us very much
There's
in the world
also
of the
the
human.
stuff about the Sealy and the Sealy quartz. Kinda like the good Fae vs evil Fae.
Right. Yes. But I don't feel like they are as much of a branch as the vampire and the fae are. I feel like I really do feel like after our conversation tonight that the vampire and the fae are related in some way. Um, I don't know. I haven't been able to really formulate my perception about what I think what could have caused the split, because my brain goes to natural selection. So there is something in the environment that causes them to deviate. So what if humans are the deviation factor?
Maybe
What
corrupted
if...
Fae. I don't know, just throwing out ideas.
No, you're right. I think you're right. Corrupted Fae, hear me out. Maybe humans are the factor in their environment that caused them to deviate. So you could say vampires are the type of fae that wanted to be seen by humans and interact with humans, and the fae are the ones that did not want to interact with humans and wanted to stick to their natural roots. So like one became a perversion of the other. My brain is drawing parallels with like Neanderthals and humans, where one died out or one went away and one became prolific. I think vampires are more prolific than fairy. So who's to say that trend couldn't translate over? I'm grasping at straws. Sure, I'm grasping at straws right now. But I don't know. It feels like a parallel. It really does. It really does. I'm glad for you. I'm glad you're here tonight. What a great conversation. It's good to have somebody back on the show tonight. It's been a couple months by myself, so it's great to have conversation with somebody. So I'm going to say that
So vampires
definitively
were
for me,
basically Neanderthal Fae. Cool idea.
yeah. Do you see what I'm getting at? I'm glad I'm glad I'm not just rambling, that it translated okay. I do have a habit of when I'm drinking, I ramble. It usually doesn't make sense, but you know, I'm glad it made sense. But no, this was a great school of thought. You know, it's a good thought experiment to have, because what if geez, like even thinking about it now, like the powers that vampires have, the Fae have the same powers, right? Geez, it's just it's almost a little scary. There's a lot of similarities there. It really is. It's interesting. It is really interesting. It's very interesting. So we're gonna say, or I'm going to say, that the black-eyed children are a form of vampire. I'm going to say that the black-eyed children are psychic vampires. And the reason the people that interact with them but don't let them in survive is because once you let them in, they call to the physical vampires and they come and drain their blood. And that's why you never hear stories about those who let them in. And those who do let them in get sick and die. Yeah, here you go.
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint liquor?
Yeah. The that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Black-eyed children are psychic vampires. And even if you don't let them in, they can still feed off you because they're causing emotional distress, which is what they feed off of. And once you let them in, they call to the physical vampires who then drain them, cause them sickness and death, inevitably. Solved. Yeah, we did that. It was good. That was good. That was good. So I can say personally that we've figured out what's going on with the black-eyed children tonight.
Yep, case
Oh, case closed. Stamp of approval. I need a big animation. Stamp. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. This podcast is only a year old. We're getting there. So thank you, Lip, for being here tonight. I appreciate that. I will say, for those of you listening on Spotify, Apple Podcast, later on YouTube, if you have any questions, comments, any stories you want to tell about anything we talk about, feel free to reach out to us. You can email us at, hold on, let me get the email address because I always get this wrong.
It was a lot of fun.
It was fun. Thank you so much for being here. You can email us at beyondtheshadowspodcast@gmail.com. You're welcome to question, comments, whatever. We are on Spotify, Apple Podcast, YouTube, and we are live every Sunday evening, United States Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. So Lip, if you're here next weekend, we will be here next weekend. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but what did we do last week? Let me see what we did last week. I think we did UFOs last week. We did Skinwalker Ranch last week, so that was cryptid. And then we did Black-Eyed Children this week, so we're up for either a UFO or a good ghost story. You know what, Lip? Go ahead and you pick. Which one do you want, UFOs or ghosts? And we will talk about it next week. So thank you again to everybody listening. This has been the 1-year anniversary of Beyond the Shadows podcast. 1 year ago today.
Any kind of Fortiana and I'm in.
All right, cool. We will be here next week and we will talk about it. This is what we do every week. So 1 year ago today, we dropped our first episode, and I'm glad that we've made it. We're doing good. We get people like Lip, and I see Thermore popped in. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate every single person that's watched or listened. You might not seem like you're doing much to help us, but I promise you, every single person that watches, every single person that streams, likes, and follows makes a huge difference for us over here. I do everything here by myself. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors in front of me right now. I do so much, and I'm grateful for every single person that's listened to this podcast in the last year. And you know, one day at a time, everybody that listens is making my dream a reality, and I'm eternally grateful that I could sit here and talk about something that I'm passionate about and continue to create something that's informative and entertaining for folks. So I'm going to get out of here, but before we go, we have a little closer that I want to put out there. Let me get some ambient music going. Here we go. So it begins with a knock.
Happy anniversary. Have a good one.
Thanks, Lip. Thanks for being here. Hopefully I'll see you next weekend. It begins with a knock. A knock at the door at strange hours of the night. Nobody you know is coming. Who could it be? You peek through the curtains and you see 2, 3 children. Dated clothing. Knocking. And you open the door. And the children are standing there. Let us in, they say. Let us in. We're waiting for our parents. Can we use the phone? They'll give any excuse to get in. But you hesitate. Something isn't right. Something about them is unsettling. Something is wrong. It's their eyes. Their eyes are wrong. They're off. Something not human about them. Let me in, they say. But you don't. You close that door. And you close that door to turn around and follow the shadows. But whatever you do, make sure you follow us. Beyond the shadows. Good night, everybody.
It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, I wouldn't ever die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, I wouldn't ever die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
Alright, so besides my vague accusations of something weird going on in South America that we won't talk about
Not yet.
and don't talk about, besides that, there is another nexus of weirdness that seems to come up both for paranormal, UFO, what have you, and it is the
Walmart.
American Southwest.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay.
Walmart.
Okay, not
No,
Walmart.
So the American Southwest, right? So you have the Roswell crash and a whole lot of the UFO sightings and videos, and then you have things like Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh yeah.
Even cryptid stuff like the Skinwalkers themselves, right?
Right.
Besides the paranormal stuff that goes on at Skinwalker Ranch. So we have a paranormal creature straight from the Southwest with us this week, and we'll talk about them in a bit. But I am Aeon.
And I'm Victus.
And this is Paul, my husband, our
It's
very
Paul.
own Southwest Strangeness.
Southwest Strangeness.
Southwest Strangeness. And I say that because Paul is from New Mexico, as some of you may remember. And this week, we are covering
Oh, yes.
La Llorona.
This is the face I was looking for.
And Paul didn't know this. Paul didn't know this. And we're doing this. We're doing this for him because I had never heard of La Llorona until Paul had said something about it. And I was like, that's not a... Wait, it's like a real thing? He's like, no, for real. We can call up any of my friends from New Mexico. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, we used to go look for La Llorona in the... Was it the ditch bank? Is that... Yes,
the
you got that
in the Rio Grande, too.
The ditch bank in the
Right.
Rio Grande. So...
Yeah.
And then when we moved in, you know, the closet door had to be closed because La Llorona would be hiding in there.
Yes, I do remember that. Paul
And
used
of course,
to
the
require...
kukui, which is a different thing, would be outside the window. So we always had to have the...
Ooh, okay, that's good because I'm probably going to need your help pronouncing a few of these things. That one you just said, what was that last one?
Kukui. I have a funny kukui story. So it means basically, I don't know, like some kind of a booger man or something, right? So I was telling my
I think
dad
it's
once,
mentioned in this research I got.
It wouldn't shock me because, you know, the kukui drives La Llorona around in the car too.
Oh, it's Chihua Quotl. That's what I'm seeing.
Here.
Chihuacoatl. Coacotl?
Coacotl.
Something like
the
that.
great white god. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goddess, is what they said. Anyway,
great
that's
white
in
god.
it's in the
Great white
research.
god.
There's going to be tons of stuff I'm not going to be able to pronounce, so I'm going to look to you, Paul.
Yeah.
But yes, we're doing La Llorona this week. I am pleased to announce that we have, from January of this year, video evidence of La Llorona.
Excellent.
And
Really?
it is spooky. It is spooky. It is spooky.
You said that it was a little tough digging past all of the stuff about the movie since they came out with the movie.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I ended up having to, and then of course it was after that it was wading through all the junk on TikTok because it is a trend on TikTok. There's this group that I really like that they do like little AI videos of cryptids and paranormal things, and they're excellently done. And La Llorona was one of their biggest ones, and their video has been shared and shared and shared so many times that it just dominates the algorithm. So it was
Well, listen, that's what you do in New Mexico as a kid at night. Like if back in the day when I was a kid we had cell phones to walk around with, your friends would be calling and texting you at 2 a.m, or the next day. They're like, "Where were you?" Well, of course we were up by the river looking for La Llorona. What do you think we were?
So it's good that we did. It was just last second decided this was what we needed to do this week because I was looking at some other stuff. I was kind of leaning more towards something Halloween themed, which is something I want to start next week, which is something I was going to get at. But I want to start doing just for the month of October, for the sake of spooky season. I want to start throwing a little mini segment. Yeah, shout out to spooky season.
Yeah, it's spooky season.
A little tiny mini segment at the beginning of the episode where we talk about spooky season. So, like the fundamentals of Halloween, where it comes from. And
Perfect.
I thought it'd be a nice way to. Oh, nuts! I forgot to make an overlay. I was going to make an overlay for the podcast of like spider webs. So.
Oh, well, we can start it next week.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of doing. It's been a busy week here, so we got a boat show in a week, so everybody's scrambling. But yeah, we got La Llorona, and I'm also very glad to have Paul here. I've known Paul a pretty good long while.
A pretty good long while.
A pretty
I think
good
we
long
first
while.
spoke on the phone, I don't know, in 2017 or something.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, who is this guy?
I remember that conversation. I was pacing in my backyard.
I know, and I was trying not to say anything.
It's fine. It's good. All right. So we're going to start with the basic story here. The story of La Llorona, which means the Weeping Woman, is one of the most well-known and enduring legends in Latin American folklore. While the details can vary depending on the region, the core elements of the story remain consistent. So some of the origins and backgrounds actually start with pre-colonial influences, and this is something I didn't know. Some interpretations of La Llorona's story traces its origins back to Aztec mythology. In particular, the goddess Quetzalcoatl
Quetzalcoatl.
Not Quetzalcoatl. I know Quetzalcoatl. It looks like pieces of Chihuahua chopped up. Chihuacotl. Kiacotl. That's got to be it. Associated with motherhood and childbearing, was known to have wept for her children. Additionally, there is a historical figure from the conquest of Mexico. All these Spanish-sounding names. La Malinche? Yes, an indigenous woman who was a translator and consort to Hernan Cortez. Some view La Malinche as a precursor to the figure of La Llorona, as she was often blamed for the fall of the Aztec Empire. So that was interesting because I thought it was more of a recent thing.
That's a deeply multicultural, multi-generation injury, right?
Yes. Generally, when roots run this deep, we're starting to we look at things a little less pessimistically because there is solid foundation. That's what we look for.
Usually when we find that if something persists this long,
yes,
all except for the Jersey Devil, when they persist this long, there's usually a decent reason. The Jersey Devil just persists because it's Jersey and it's, that's the whole thing.
Yeah,
like
it's
Florida.
Jersey. But there is also some colonial influence. The legend of La Llorona evolved during the colonial period and took on a more recognizable form that resembled the version widely told today. European influences such as the archetype of the woman in white, which is my least favorite ghost of all time. I will say that, but it is ironic that we're talking.
The one that's always waiting on the road for someone to pick her up.
Yeah,
okay.
I saw her once.
Did you?
Did you pick her up?
For real?
No, I didn't pick her up. My God.
You know better.
I knew she was up to no good, so I kept driving.
Because it wasn't some guy in white?
Correct. I was like, no, man.
You're not murdering on this highway tonight.
Like,
10
no,
points.
Mom, you're not into this.
Strange. I didn't feel anything when I ran her over.
That's interesting that it goes back that far because I also thought it was like an urban legend thing.
Right. I was assuming like
That's what I thought.
maybe last 100 years. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought like I was thinking shorter than that.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know anything about it. So yeah, I thought it was like urban legend thing, like the hitchhike, like some of the hitchhiker murder stuff and things like that.
Right.
There was one guy, and now it's all hitchhikers at night are the Hook Man.
Right. Yeah, the Hook Man. Jesus, that makes me think
Hook
of what were those books? Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. Alvin Schwartz.
Oh
yeah.
Yes. Wow, you digging?
Yeah.
Way back on that one.
Yeah. For some reason, they thought that artwork was acceptable for children in elementary schools.
Right. And the guy that did that, the disappearing sidewalk, you remember that?
You're talking about where the sidewalk ends.
Where the sidewalk ends.
Shel Silverstein.
Shel Silverstein. So they put out a book of his stuff that were actually just like a single sketch and like a 1 or 2 sentence thing because they were like they were unpublished. They were the sketches for unpublished books that he didn't do, right?
Yeah.
But when you read it as a kid, because it was just the one line, it was this fantastical drawing, like woodcut.
Yeah.
They all came across as super creepy. Like very scary and creepy.
It was a weird art style to be in a children's book.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, The Giving Tree is one of my favorite Shel Silverstein books. And I had ordered, so I was starting to build my Shel Silverstein collection back up. So I ordered The Giving Tree, the full color version, and I got it. And I'm looking at the cover, I'm like, something's wrong. It was like the book was printed backwards, so I flip it over and I look. The entire book was written in Hebrew. And so I contacted Amazon. I was like, this is Hebrew. I can't read Hebrew. And he's all like, well, just keep it. We'll send you another one. I was like, cool.
So now you have a backwards Hebrew version?
Yeah.
No, it's the correct way for Hebrew.
No, yeah. I know, but I mean the book reads backwards and it's in Hebrew.
Yeah,
so you have that and you have the original.
Yeah, it reads like a manga from the back to the front. And the way we look.
So I haven't read it, but a guy named Scott Stoll who writes inspirational stuff.
I know that.
That's
name.
his favorite book.
Scott
I've mentioned it
Stoll.
once.
Oh, that's probably
Scott. He did that Falling Uphill book.
Oh,
about him
yes.
migrating around the world. So
Yes.
he wrote a part 2 to The Giving Tree.
Really?
Because he said as a kid, he was depressed that at the very end, the Giving Tree is just a stump.
But he could be
Like,
there.
he's given everything and nobody gave anything to the Giving Tree. So
But-
he wrote a thing where from the stump, and it grows back and, all this stuff.
Does he go like on a rampage and murders everybody?
No, I think
Uproots itself and is take my
he
apples
writes
now.
a children's book. I don't think he wrote a murderous ent,
Oh.
book.
I will. I'm gonna check it out. I'll probably buy it because Giving Tree is great. It's one of my favorite books, man. I love it.
ScottStoll.com. You're welcome, Scott. Free shout out. ScottStoll.com.
Toot toot. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm gonna start ringing this every time we talk about UFOs. I have a UFO wind chime.
I thought it was when you said ring it every time we say UFOs. I didn't see it. I thought it was gonna be something else. I thought it was gonna be like an air horn, like a burr, burr, burr.
Yeah, I have thought about that because I've got a MIDI controller, and I have used it to make a soundboard from when I was streaming, and I have thought about
triggers.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how to get it to route through absolutely everything at the same time. I think it will complicate things running into OBS and then into Discord at the same time, but I may figure it out. We'll see. It'd be fun to have like some hotkeys that I could throw some sounds onto.
I mean, it'd be worth it for the cheese horn.
Brr, 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 brr. I actually put that in the description for last week's episode on YouTube. It said something like, "It's y'all's favorite, and here it is. You guys wanted it. It's brr brr brr," and I spelled out brr brr brr, brr brr brr. Rapid fire episode. Yeah, I'm a dork. It's all right. So, any hoots and hollers. Now we can get into the core story of La Llorona. Soundboard. See? Look.
Yeah, we end up having to make our own mouth effects.
That's actually really good. Let's do that. Let's record mouth effects and set that as the brr, brr, brr. That's the air horn. Brr, brr, brr.
And bum bum bum.
They sell this kind of thing for us to use really cheap.
Yeah, there's something about it going coast from middle south to the coast, and then back to his computer, and then routed over the internet and recorded. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But Rich is a genius, so he can probably figure it out.
I can figure it out. I know I could get it to pipe into one piece of software. I'm not sure about how to do it with two, because everything that we're doing right now is running through one machine, but I'm operating three. So I have a plethora of screens, three keyboards, three mice in front of me right now. And we are in the cockpit. This is the master control. That's actually the I changed my vocal command for the office. I say hey GWGLE, fire up the cockpit. And the office turns on. Everything
better
turns
if
on.
it played chicken noises every time you said that.
Cockpit. Anyway, so the core story of La Llorona. These are just the most common versions of La Llorona's story, but they all kind of follow a common thread. Cliff notes. You ready? Beautiful woman. La Llorona was once a beautiful young woman named Maria, often described as humble and a poor girl, though sometimes depicted as a woman of higher class. Her beauty was renowned, and many men sought her affection. The man. Maria eventually fell in love with a wealthy man, sometimes a ranchero or a nobleman. They married and had children, but the man was often distant, either due to his work or his romantic pursuits elsewhere. In some version, he leaves Maria to be with another woman. The betrayal and despair. Over time, Maria's relationship with her husband deteriorated. He either abandons her or is unfaithful. The betrayal causes her to become deeply resentful and heartbroken. Her despair eventually spirals into madness, which leads us to the crime. In a moment of uncontrollable rage or desperation, Maria drowns her own children in a river or a lake. As soon as the act is done, she is overwhelmed by guilt and horror, realizing what she's done. And then finally, her death. Unbearable, unable to bear the weight of her actions, Maria drowns herself in the same body of water, either immediately after the crime or after wandering aimlessly in grief. Upon her death, she is denied entry into the afterlife after she finds her children's souls. So these are the common threads of all the stories. The beautiful woman, the man, the betrayal, the despair, the crime, the death, the lore, the legend, the shadows. So, let's get into the ghost of La Llorona, the weeping woman. After her death, Maria transforms into La Llorona, a wandering ghostly figure condemned to roam the earth in eternal grief, searching for her children. She's often described as wearing a long white gown or dress and can be heard crying. I'm not going to try to read this in Spanish because I don't know how to pronounce these words. Oh, my children. It's the translation. Oh, my children is what she cries. Oh, my children.
What is it? Tell. Is it all mis niños?
Yep. No, mis hijos. Mis hijos. Hijos with an H. MISHIJOS.
Mis hijos.
Mis hijos.
H is silent.
H is silent.
Yeah.
Hijos.
I knew that. I was telling you. I was testing you. Good job.
You passed. I paid attention in, Los Lunas High School.
I could say this stuff in German better than I can do it in Spanish. But this is what I remember. I didn't know any of the stuff before all of this. I knew of this part. The crying, weeping woman in white looking for her children. That was the beginning of it for me. So some of the hauntings and appearances, La Llorona is said to appear near rivers, lakes, or other bodies of waters, crying and wailing for her lost children. Some say she kidnaps wandering children, mistaking them for her own, and others claim that she brings death or misfortune to those who encounter her. In some versions, she drowns other children as an act of vengeance or madness. Her chilling wails are said to evoke pity, terror, or both, and people who hear her cry are sometimes warned that her appearance is a bad omen, or that hearing her too closely will lead to their doom. Which brings me to a small story I know.
Okay.
I tried to find this video, but I cannot find it. I tried and tried and tried. But about a year ago, I was listening to another podcast where this came up. And this guy was talking about how he was down there in like a river area, a ditch or some kind, or in a riverbank. Dude's filming like 4th of July fireworks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in between fireworks going off, you can hear a woman just like guttural wailing, screaming, crying. And so he sits there and waits, and then after a couple minutes, you see this lady floating up the river, but like she's standing, floating on her feet.
On the water?
On the water.
Ooh.
And he had her on film, just perfectly upright, with her hands in her face, or her face in her hands, just wailing. And the whole video, she's just creeping closer and closer, and finally she gets to the side of the river right where he's sitting. She takes one step up, and dude takes off running. And I tried and tried. I couldn't remember the podcast I heard it on. I couldn't find anything on that video. I'd seen it. I swear I bookmarked it or saved it or something, but I could not find it, man. But this is what I hear the most of. This is 90% of what I've read in this research was people hear, middle of the night. Streets are generally deserted. But off in the distance, you hear just the full despair cry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about. That's what people are hearing, and that's what most of the reports are. Unfortunately, there is a lot of evidence around this. 3/4 of it is really bad. No, I take that back. 9/10 of it is really bad. Like, Filmed on a flip phone, bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, because a lot of it is.
Seemed like the only one we can get decent video evidence on is that guy with the S23 Ultra who zoomed in on the UFO. God bless that man.
Yeah.
Bless him. He got way up on that thing.
Though it's funny that you talk about that evidence. I can't even tell you how many times as a kid, and by a kid I mean probably into my 20s, we went looking on the ditch bank or on the banks of the Rio Grande River for La Llorona. I could probably call any 20 friends right now, including my friend who's come here to law school, Jimmy, and they all can tell you about a time they saw La Llorona, they heard La Llorona on the river or on the ditch. And so it's funny, there's just no, I mean, it's like the thing of nightmares as a kid growing up in New Mexico. And I realized that historic story didn't start in New Mexico, but you couldn't convince any of us from New Mexico that it was there.
It definitely.
I have friends in Mexico, and they're like, yeah, the La Llorona lived over by my mom's house. I'm like thinking, I know you're lying. She lived at the ditch by my mom's house.
Well, it almost feels like the boogeyman effect, like they're always there, but they're always near the person that needs to see her. You know what I'm saying? Like the monster under the bed.
Sure, and there's all kinds of uses for it too, right? But talking about being scared. So I cannot tell you how scary this was as a kid. La Llorona. And the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Get this. They make a park next to the Rio Grande River. For every kid, we're all afraid of La Llorona. And of course, what is it called? La Llorona Park. You can Google it and find it right now. It's so crazy. La Llorona Park, right in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And I'm thinking, no little kids are going to want to go over there. Those swing sets are empty forever.
Guess what I'm doing?
Googling La Llorona Park in Las Cruces.
Oh, 2 L's.
Yeah.
Oh, I see La Llorona Cantina? La Llorona Street?
Probably.
La Llorona Progressive Mexican Cuisine. There's a La Llorona Park in West Piacho Avenue, Las Cruces.
Yep, that's it.
There it is. Let's see. Oh, jeez.
See, that's the Rio Grande River, and so there's the park right there.
And they made it right next to the river.
And there's a big street there. I don't know if I don't know what street that is, but the park even goes under the bridge.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it's like the troll under the bridge. How scary can it get?
This is hilarious.
Let's go to La Llorona Park at dark, and we'll go under the bridge. Oh no!
La Llorona parking lot. So I want to look through these pictures because generally when we look through the Google Maps at a location like this, we find something.
We find funny tags and pin drops. So when we did the UFO sighting by all these school children in Africa, South Africa, you find the school and there's a pin drop that says UFO landing. Right there, yeah, and it's in the stand of trees where it was depicted in all the kids' drawings of it. What was the other one? There was another one too.
Yep, La Llorona Park. There you go.
Oh my God, what a bad idea.
The Crying Woman, a popular Spanish tale about a woman who cries for her lost children along the river.
Listen, when I was like,
which we put along the river
5,
for you to
6,
lose
7,
your
8, clear up into my 20s, there would have been no way you would have convinced me that it was just a story, because I've heard her over crying on the Rio Grande River.
Look, come on, give us something, Google Maps. Come on. Lots of duck pictures. What is that, a fire pit?
That's probably where that's where she roasts you after she catches you.
Wait. A UFO.
Do.
Sorry, I had to do it.
I mean, It is a funny spot in the picture.
See, even dogs are afraid of her.
Yeah. Da-da-da-da. Like, I was hoping for something. Come on. Somebody, anybody. Hey, an old man by a tree.
I've been to that park, though, before that was called La Llorona. I went to school in Las Cruces for like 1 semester.
Nothing spooky. Well,
Just a bunch of picturesque pictures of a park next to the dry wash of the Rio Grande.
yeah. Hey, look, there's a puppy. That'll make your day. Hello, pup.
Yeah, that's much closer to what it actually looks like.
Just
All that pretty green and blue water, you can forget that. And that mountain's nowhere by Las Cruces. That's really the park.
just grass and water. Gross. Thanks for letting us down, Google Maps. Here we thought we were going to get something
listen,
awesome.
I know that La Llorona didn't live in Las Cruces. She's over by my mom's old house in Los Lunas. I already know.
We know this. But I will say, for the sake of argument, I really, really dislike the idea of a ghost in white. A woman in white. It's always a woman in white. Liquid Death? Psycho
Read the name.
Cider.
Psycho Cider. This is their, I mean, not that I wouldn't take a free sponsorship, but this is their not so great holiday flavor.
Was it like apple
It's
spice?
the Fizzy Waters version of pumpkin spice.
Pretty much. I mean, it's not pumpkin spice, but it's the same.
This is my
not
pumpkin
good.
spice face.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also none of their others have any kind of sweetener in them. They're just, flavored fizzy water.
Right.
This has sugar in it, which I'm not that I have a
Not
problem
a
with
fan
sugar,
of?
but I've gotten used to drink. Well, I've gotten used to all the fizzy waters being slightly bitter and like a fruit flavor, and this is But whatever, I bought it. I'm gonna drink it.
Yep, I know the feeling.
They charge too much not to drink it.
Right? Yeah. The prices of things are ridiculous.
$4 a can at the gas station.
So here's a take on La Llorona.
Let's hear you take. Hot take time. Hot take.
So I have a couple of takes on La Llorona. So there was a campaign by a group called the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a number of years ago, and they had these little yellow stickers that they put on people, bumper stickers or whatever, and there's kind of an image of a woman on it. I don't really remember. I probably could find it if I searched on Google, because that's where everything is.
Yep.
And it talked about, ditches are deadly, stay away. And there was a picture of La Llorona on there. And the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District runs the irrigation ditches for the Middle Rio Grande Valley. So they used that story of La Llorona to try to bring awareness that, you can get in the ditch and drown for children.
Right.
Here's a more maybe dark take on it. So that was an interesting thing. And sometimes I'd hear, parents telling kids, stay away from the ditch. La Llorona will get you, and all that sort of thing.
Because every year in the Southwest, like the dry washes and stuff, the ditches that stay dry all year would suddenly fill when there was raining upriver, right?
Right.
And people get washed away, kids
Right.
especially.
Right.
So,
In fact, Albuquerque Fire Department has a rescue response team for the
ditches.
arroyos. Yeah, they're called the arroyos, the dry washes, when there's rain somewhere, and then it'll be
It just comes out of nowhere.
monstrous. Yeah.
Okay. Because it's generally
like several
flat there,
dozen-
right?
Right.
Okay.
If you've ever driven through Albuquerque on I-40, there's a huge ditch down the middle of I-40, and it just looks like a big gully,
Yeah.
a scenic gully, and I've seen it full, just flowing super fast and full. So Albuquerque Fire has this rapid water response team that comes out there. We used to call them the swim team. But so there's always stories about stay out of there because, La Llorona will get you. And maybe that was a way to warn children. But here's maybe a different take on the story. If that story was not about, that story is about a lot of things. I mean, it might be about mixing classes.
Okay.
She marries
Right.
She's a poor person who marries a rich person. She's a commoner who marries nobility. And that was kind of an anti-class mixing story. she was very beautiful. That's beginning to sound like the story of Narciso.
Yeah.
And
The
truth
one-
is, she might be a narcissist, right? So then something happens, her husband turns his affection away from her, and she just can't bear it. So those are called, in modern day, family annihilators. They kill, the others in the family and then kill themselves.
Mhm.
She drowns their children and then she tragically dies herself. It's a story about unrequited love. It's all sorts of things, but I wonder if it's not really just the story of a narcissist.
It's true.
No.
Yeah.
Because that is true. A disproportionate amount of murder, suicide, family things are usually committed by a narcissist.
Right.
Like a clinical narcissist. Not like, everybody thinks that their ex is a narcissist, but like a sociopath that has only empathy for themselves. Narcissist.
Wait.
Yeah, and
That-
what'll happen
That does sound like my
Yes.
ex. So.
See?
we may or we may not necessarily be talking about you, true as that may be. So the funny thing about this is you sort of see that a lot, right? You're like, oh, she was so pretty, or she was this or that, or they were so smart, or
Yeah.
all that sort of thing. And it reminds me, I probably ought to be careful how much I say about this, because I don't, you never know who's listening or who might hear this story. Before I went to law school, I worked in New Mexico doing several jobs, but one of them I worked for the New Mexico office of the medical investigator. I investigated deaths.
Okay.
And I investigated a multiple murder family suicide.
My husband's one of the most interesting men in the world.
Yes.
Just in case, we've mentioned it before, but the guy on the Dos Equis commercial, the most interesting man in the world.
There it is.
So-
There it is.
So this woman, something had happened. I don't know what happened, and the neighbors hadn't seen the family for a while, and they went up to the front porch, and she's on the porch dead, and it looks like an apparent self-inflicted injury to the head.
Right.
I'm trying to say this so YouTube doesn't,
We're not
It doesn't-
monetized. It doesn't matter.
so they'll hide it and no one will ever see this, right? So, and they go in the house, and her husband and her two children have also, gone on to their greater reward, probably at her hand, and that's what turns out it was. And she was apparently a beautiful woman. She looked beautiful. I saw pictures of her in the house, and the neighbors, like, she was just so pretty and they were so nice, and I just never saw this coming. It's the same story.
Yeah.
here.
You hear that
Turns
everywhere.
out something had happened financially to her that she thought, oh, this is it. I can never overcome this, so that's it. She's going to take everyone out and herself.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty common thing. And isn't that the story of La Llorona? And,
Yeah.
she's out, it's a scary story, and it's a scary story to tell you all sorts of lessons, some of which we may not like today, such as don't marry outside of your class.
Right.
Or it's a terrible story that, La Llorona's going to get you. You shouldn't be where you don't belong.
Right. It feels more like a cautionary tale.
Right.
Like a boogeyman tale. Something to catch a kid's attention, because what's going to get a child's attention more than anything is a ghost story. Right?
Right.
But at the same time,
But they're teaching other undertones under it.
then we're also getting stories that could potentially go back to Aztec times. And
Right.
I mean-
and then if that happens, we're dealing with these racial stories, right? These racist undertones.
yeah.
She mixed races, and look, she's responsible for the whole fall of the Aztec civilization.
Yeah, blame it on a woman.
Right.
Way to go,
Right.
society.
Let's not stick and race, right? You have so many things in one story.
Yeah, so it seems, yes, there are a lot of social undertones to this story, but I can't help but feel like that they're important to the story.
Sure they are.
Otherwise, okay, so this story is something we can't really poke holes in like we usually do. Nobody's making money off of this.
Right.
Yeah, they made a movie, but it's been around forever, so it's not like the
Yeah.
story itself persisted to make the movie.
It's not like,
Somebody just finally was like, it's such a cultural meme, we're gonna make a movie about it.
yeah, it's not like there's this lady's brother is sitting back raking in royalties after everybody talks about it. But
Right.
that brings us to some evidence, good people.
Yes. Let's see the.
Let's see some ding dang evidence. So I'm gonna give you the pictures first. Or we have one picture. So this is
One picture.
This is a recent one.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. So this is.
That's not creepy.
What do you know about that picture?
Okay, I'll tell you all about this picture. This came from January of 2024, January 24th. This is courtesy of whatsthejam.com, a viral news feed website, about what you'd expect. Let me just hit you the clip notes here. It says a vengeful ghost has been terrorizing a sleepy village as locals claim to have spotted the spirit of La Llorona lurking behind trees and on rooftops. Images show the ghost-like figure hiding up a tree, standing on a roof of a village hut. Numerous villagers claim to have seen the creepy phantom in recent weeks, with images of a specter widely circulating on social media. The alleged apparition sparked panic among the sleepy village of El Anhelo, Anhelo.
Wait, Anehlo?
Anhelo. Anhelo.
Anilo.
It's in it's 290 miles north of Medellin in Colombia. Medellin. Yeah.
Medellin.
Yeah.
Oh,
that place.
290 miles north of Medellin.
Oh, yeah. Because if it was east, I would have known it was the other town.
Been there for Christmas.
Locals believe the spooky spirit is La Llorona, known in English as the Crying Woman or the Wailer. Okay, so this is one of the better ones. There's another picture that I am not going to grace us with the presence because it is obviously a person wearing a sheet with eye holes. Yeah. I mean, do you just want to see it?
Yeah, show us.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the image.
I like the bad ones too because I mean it's, often people obviously we don't usually put up the worst stuff that we find, but I don't think people understand how hard it is to dig because of all the garbage that's out there that you have to dig through to find the good pictures or reasonably good pictures of the things that we're talking about. Sure, there's a ton of stuff out there, but a lot of it's AI and a lot of it's just bad fakes, like not like lazy fakes, not even like, oh, we're gonna make a really good picture. They were just like, hey, you, why don't you get up in that tree with a sheet on? This will be Blockbuster. Oh, I mean, it's pretty bad, but I mean,
it's a vengeful ghost, everybody.
It also seems like it might not even be a person. Like it's just
like coat hangers.
Clothesline.
Yeah, it looks like they threw a shirt over the television antenna.
Yeah, but
it's
if you look really close, you see its tiny little eye holes.
Oh no! That's terrible. That's terrible. I do like that it's on the top of a creepy grass hut, roof. I mean, that's pretty good. That seems like something out of a murder movie.
Yeah.
They go to the Southwest to investigate. Blah blah blah. Fill in the blank. Creepy grass hut village, deserted.
There it is. The ghost that's been terrorizing us for days. Boo. Boo. Creepy whale. You see the hands and everything, doing jazz hands in the background. Yeah, that's the vibe I get from that picture. But geez, I lost my place here. Shadows 117. But this is also one of the other. This is the other photo from that article, and this one seems a lot more convincing than creepy little antenna ghost. I'd like this one.
Yeah, you could make the argument that it's some lady in a white dress sitting in a tree, but I mean,
what's that called when your eyes try to make a pattern?
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
I don't remember the name of it.
Anthropomorphizing?
No, that's
Wait.
when you try to give.
When you try to add it, when I try to tell you that the dog knows what I'm saying when I describe particle physics.
Yes,
he does.
That's when you
He's
give
very-
intelligence to inanimate objects.
He's a very smart dog.
Does he know
He
particle
gets-
physics though?
I mean, I talk about it
Probably
all the
better
time.
than
How could he not?
So,
But that picture, it could just be a weird tree.
yeah.
It,
Or
you know.
it could also just be a kid in a costume trying to get their village on the map. 290 miles north of Medellin.
That's how you sign the address, by the way,
200
for that.
Yeah. Hut,
290 miles.
hut number 11, the one with the red sign in front, 290 miles north of Medellin.
It's the one with the red porch lights.
Yeah.
After the 23rd fork in the road.
Yeah.
Hey, fun fact.
Massive
Up
address.
until recently, when you'd write addresses to Puerto Rico, they were all based on distance from the church, the main church in town. It
Right.
would be like 3 streets north, 1 right turn, 2nd street left turn, 3rd house left. Like that would be the address you would write, because the town had sprung up with no numbering addresses and people were building stuff in between stuff. They just never they went a very long time.
Yeah.
And it eventually got out of control. After Puerto Rico got flattened more recently, now they've implemented some actual addresses, but you can still write 2 addresses in that way. It's like a whole sentence. It's almost like the plotting stuff that you write for real estate.
Yeah.
Yeah, second marker.
The meets and bounds.
Yeah, the meets and bounds. Yeah, second marker following along the line to the west. 350 feet.
Yeah.
Turn due east. It's just they sounded like that.
Ugh. So there is a little bit more. Let me give you a little bit rest of this. So it talks about how it's made into a movie. She's also said to attack medics who carry out abortions on pregnant women, as well as men who abandon mothers after conceiving their children. Locals claim the Phantom wore a long white dress and could be heard sobbing uncontrollably for the lost children while terrorizing their village. The sightings led to many locals locking their doors and windows out of fear.
So she's like the Dexter of Latin America.
Oh, wait. The last sentence. Here we go. You ready for this?
Yeah.
However, some villagers believe the spirit was in fact the work of pranksters who wanted to send shivers up the spines of the community.
What?
Wait, so they were killing medics and dudes that left their wives?
Yeah! Jokes on you!
Dude, Colombia's on another level.
I know it.
I guess when you have drug cartel wars in the streets, what's funny gets a little different.
So, this just popped up. I guess I still had one of my windows open. Let me show you the TikTok video of this. The one I was telling you about, the AI generated stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta see my. How do we spell this again? ORONA. I'm looking for a thumbnail. Looking for a very specific thumbnail. Let's do this. TikTok. There it is. Here you go.
Do not let your kids around the water in New Mexico.
Ooh.
Hello, my name is La Llorona. I was once a beautiful woman in Mexico, and I was married to a Spanish man and had 2 kids. My husband traveled for work, but always came back to visit, until one day his visits stopped altogether. I was heartbroken and angry to get back at him for leaving us. I decided to drown our 2 kids in the river. When I came back to my senses, it was too late. I spent every day crying and mourning for my children. I couldn't stand the pain, so I threw myself into the river. But even though I pass, I am still stuck on the earth, still looking for my children today. You might hear me say, if you hear me calling, stay as far away as possible. I might confuse you as my child and snatch you and drag you into the river so you can be with me.
Dang, that's actually creepier for
Yeah.
being like so matter of fact. I might snatch you and drag you
Yes.
into the river.
So that was at Urban America on TikTok for those interested. Cool little channel. They do this same kind of thing with tons of urban legends and folk tales and paranormal-esque things, and they're all just creepy like that. I love them. They're really, really good. So, are you ready for the video?
Yes, let's see the video.
So, I've got little to no background information on this, but I'm going to give a shout out. Let me get the video pulled up because there is. Oh, that's a screenshot of it. No, you've seen too much. So this is Paranormal Globe on YouTube posted this video, and the king.
Isn't there a UFO globe too?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
I will say the king of paranormal picked it up. The one and only George Norrie.
Really?
Coast to Coast AM picked this up.
Really?
Huge Coast to Coast AM fan. I've been listening since I was a little kid. My guy, AM radio in the back of my backyard in a tent, listening to Coast all night. That was me. That's why I had no friends. But anyway, they're on Spotify now. If in case you're wondering.
Yeah, you were telling me that.
Excellent. They've got guest hosts now because let's face it, I think George Norrie is pushing 80 years old now.
Yeah.
So he's got a bunch, like half of the week George Norrie does it, but then the rest of the week he's got like 2 or 3 younger hosts that also help with the show. The newest guy, I forget his name. Oh wait, no, his name is Richard. He's the newest host, and he is great. He is really inquisitive, asks tons of questions. But this is this was posted not on anything that Paranormal Globe did. Paranormal Globe posted the video. Coast to Coast AM picked it up and wrote a huge article up about it. So shout out both to Coast AM and Paranormal Globe. Check this video out, my guys.
Ooh.
There is audio, but it's just it's like audio of that TikTok I just showed you. It's just creepy sounding audio. And then
is she on the top of the tree?
She is on the top of a tree. So So let's do what we do. Let's go back and look. Here is a power line.
Right.
This is above a power line at a distance. So we can guesstimate that this is probably 150, 200 feet away.
Okay.
So
Fate's on her side.
as we know, the further things get away, the closer they get to the ground, according to perspective. So if this is high enough that it's over a power line, according to perspective, this thing has got to be way up in the air.
Right, right.
And that tree does not move. That's what gets me. So at first I'm like, this is just another AI video, but there's little subtleties in the movement that get me.
It doesn't look AI to me.
No. So let me get a shot with her, like her arm raised or something, and we'll zoom in and see what we can see. And she sinks into the tree.
And is that supposedly La Llorona? Is that what they're
Yes.
Screenshot.
Yep. Doing my thing.
Bing. Bing.
So generally, Paul, when we get AI photos, we get what's called artifacting. Anything AI related, we will get heavy artifacting. So what that's going to mean is like we can see the pixels of the video here.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're looking for is variations of those pixels. And
so a lot of times with the AI videos, it'll be like a blurriness or a smudging,
right,
or sometimes bigger pixelation than the size that's normally on the rest of the video.
And honestly, the only thing I'm really seeing here is just color variation. I don't see. You know what? Let's screenshot the screenshot and get even closer. Oh, we're getting meta now.
Yeah, I don't really see anything.
All right, so we're going to look at the pixelation of the tree compared to the pixelation of the person. And
even the shades are pretty similar.
There's just enough difference that you can even see the difference in color between black and green.
Yeah, I don't really see anything.
See, it's.
I mean, like I said, I don't really feel like it's AI anyway.
If this is AI, this is some of the best I've seen.
I mean, it honestly except for that it's at the very top of a tree, it looks like, just a person up on top of a hill, except you can see through the tree right below her.
Yeah, it's just weird, man. Oh, she came up again right at the end there. I didn't see that before. Whoop. Hello.
The trouble with those kind of videos, when you have this image behind a tree, I've seen images of, the Blessed Mother supposedly appearing like that behind a tree and appearing over the tree and ghosts and that sort of thing we just can't see what's beyond the tree. I don't know if that's an AI generated image, but I would assume it's not based on what we just looked at, but that could be a person on some sort of a lift or a crane, or maybe there's something beyond that. It's very hard to understand.
Yeah, it's taken out of context. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's not nearly enough context for us to know much of anything here. I have an idea, and as you look over to the left side of the screen, sort of where the little mound of trees go, it almost looks like there might be some kind of a building over there.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was mostly looking below her at where you can see light through the tree right underneath her.
And I was trying to figure out. I saw that too.
Let me find the article for this and see what they say about that. Really blanket article. That's not what we wanted. Daily Express. Is it Daily Express? Okay, here we go. A little bit of information. This is from January 2nd of 2024.
Keep that video or that shot up.
Oh, yeah. Sir, yes, sir.
Please.
Wait, is this a different video? The ghost appears to wail loudly from treetop in the footage, with social media users calling it the scariest thing they've ever seen. A ghostly figure of a woman moves above the tree. According to residents, the ghost appeared in broad daylight in a treetop in the municipalities of Manitos, Cordoba, Colombia. Whoa. We need to get. We need this audio. Holy
Found a
nuts. Wow. Okay.
Download it.
I don't think it's gonna jive while I'm doing all this. Let me oh jeez. What did I search for? Like, yeah, I've got to find that video I just watched. What did I search for? Hold on. Sorry, I'm scrambling here because that audio just freaking shook me, man.
It doesn't sound like an overlay.
No, it doesn't. Oh, come on, where'd it go? What am I under? Images, aren't I? Yeah, it's images. Ba-ba. Okay, there's the iHeart. Daily Express, that's the one.
And this one's got actual audio with
This one's got audio. Oh, let's skip the ad. We get 26 seconds of this wonderful ad for Synthus. Tire protection? Fire protection. Oh yeah, shame on me for taking stuff out of context.
While we're waiting for the ad, I had a professor when I attended University of New Mexico named Rodolfo Anaya. He wrote a bunch of books and talked about various stories and folklore stories. He has a book called La Llorona, The Crying Woman. Rodolfo Anaya passed away in 2020, but the book's still available on Amazon. And he wrote quite a lot of books. Bless Me Ultimo was probably the first book I read about. You know, I read that he wrote. And I read that before I had him as a professor.
Give us the name again. What's the name?
La Llorona.
The author's name?
Anaya. His last name's Anaya. Anaya.
You said he's written a number of books about it?
A number of books, yeah. And he wrote one book called La Llorona, but he's written a number of books. A lot of them have to do with various stories and, you know, folklore and that sort of thing.
Well, there you go, listeners. If that's something you're into, check it out. Check it out. Sorry, I'm a Beastie Boys fan. I have no shame. All right, here you go. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, you hear the echo.
Huh.
Yeah, that's different.
That's definitely different.
That's...
Yeah, I don't know.
So...
And then it kind of quits before the video's over.
And yeah...
From heart.
I might be mistaken, but I think that audio was looped.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
It sounded like it.
Well, poo. But... No, let's see. After hearing about this, I had to sleep with my mom. And I haven't even seen the video yet. And then people using this as for a political angle. Oh my god.
What's that video in the corner of dude running over somebody that he doesn't run over?
Oh, that's the ghost. Those are like car ghost.
Oh yeah, driving through ghosts and stuff. Yeah, there's some good ones out there.
Does she snatch your soul out of the car as you drive by?
Maybe.
Hmm.
What'd you get?
It's one way to get a date.
But yeah, this is the kind of stuff I had to wade through to find two pieces of evidence for you guys. All of
Yeah.
these are junk.
Listen, all you had to do is call any 505 area code phone number. Say, listen,
Tell me about La
tell me
Llorona.
about the time you saw La Llorona. And they'll be like, okay, the first or the second time?
Right.
No, say it like New Mexican.
La, do you mean the first time or the second time?
I love it.
Okay, so in my research, I do have some. We'll skip over some of the regional variations because they're pretty much the same and they're chock full of stuff that I can't pronounce. They're just, copy this, paste this story here, paste it in this region. Same thing,
Right,
different
right.
name. So we're gonna skip over that, but talks about some modern interpretations where the recent movie of 2019, The Curse of La Llorona, is. I didn't know this, but it's actually part of the Conjuring universe. So that means it will have Ed,
really?
Ed and Lorraine Warren in it.
But I don't think they ever actually investigated La Llorona.
And they didn't.
So, I mean, the other
Well, I
stories...
never saw him over by where my mom used to live.
You would know if they
the
came
other
through.
stories they covered... The
For
other stories they
sure.
covered, they made movies about it. Whether or not they really covered it, they actually at least went there.
Yeah,
like
like the shame on me.
Amityville.
We didn't talk about Amityville.
What was the one that we talked about? I thought it was Amityville.
The one in UK, the Enfield Poltergeist.
Oh no, we didn't talk. I thought we talked about the Amityville with all the flies.
We did not.
Well, we should.
But we did talk about. Yes, we should.
We should then.
We did talk about the Enfield Poltergeist, and Ed and Lorraine Warren were there, but for like an
But didn't do any
hour.
research.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't do any
Like-
research. They're just like, this would make a good book. You should write a book and sell it.
Walking around with their clipboards.
We'll help you.
This is interesting. Here's
We'll
our
help you
interns.
for
They'll
what?
take care of you. Yeah. But since we talked about it, the next section I have typed up is the psychological and moral lessons of La Llorona.
Mm-hmm.
So the story of La Llorona carries several moral and psychological lessons, one of being the consequences of jealousy and rage. La Llorona's actions serve as cautionary tales about the destructive power of uncontrolled emotions. Parental responsibilities. The story underscores the sanctity of motherhood and the deep bond between mother and her child, highlighting the tragedy that ensues when the bond is broken. And regret and redemption. La Llorona is forever tormented by her regret, which serves as a broader lesson of the consequences of making irreversible decisions in moments of emotional turmoil. Oh, we've got a visitor.
Yeah, Gus the ghost puppy is never far away. He's been quiet this whole time, except making sullen puppy noises in the background.
Oh, there's the anxiety yawn. Oh, poor pup.
It smells like he's been eating some tuna.
Well, he's got bad breath.
So, in conclusion, La Llorona is deeply tragic and haunting figure which embodies the mixture of grief, guilt, and rage. Her story is a powerful moral and cultural tale that continues to resonate through Latin America and beyond. Whether seen as a ghostly figure to fear or a cautionary figure for whom to learn, La Llorona remains one of the most iconic and enduring pieces of folklore in the region. Which brings me to my question, Paul. Give us your spookiest story about La Llorona. Like, time you heard a twig snap and you ran away screaming with the homies. When you're down there digging through the ditches in New Mexico. Let's see
So
what
I
you got.
lived. So I lived about 2 blocks or 3 blocks for much of my life growing up from the Rio Grande.
Okay.
And some friends and I would always go down when we were kids. And one of my friends' dads bought all these peach trees. So we took a peach tree down in a place called the Bosque, the kind of the overgrowth along the banks of the Rio Grande that often floods. And we had built kind of a fort down there.
Uh-huh.
So we decided we would take a peach tree, one of the peach trees my friend's dad bought, and took it down and planted it down there. So we were down there hanging out, and we had a little fire pit, and we had, all these things. We'd climb up in the trees and all that. It was south of the Rio Grande Bridge at New Mexico Highway 6 in Los Lunas. And we were down there one night. It was just after dusk in the summer. And we weren't talking about La Llorona or anything, but we could hear this wailing and crying. And we ran off. I don't think one of us ever went back there again. And I was probably, in that time, I was probably 13 or 14. And so a number of years later, I was working for the fire department, and the bosque was on fire, burning up. And on that side of the river was not in the district I was in. And I remember thinking to myself, good, I hope it burns up over there where La Llorona is and gets her. Because I never went back over there, because we're like, we're going to plant a peach tree, and we're going to eat peaches and hang out. And oh no, we never went back there. I don't think any of us ever went back there after we did, because it was very scary, and I have no idea what it was.
So,
no idea.
So my challenge for you, good sir, mimic the sound. Let's hear it.
I don't think I can. It was like a woman wailing and crying, and like making a ghost sound. Only it just sounded like haunting. Yeah, really, but even more than that. It was like haunting. It like struck your soul, and you had to run.
I don't know. I gotta hear. I gotta hear something.
Run.
Give me something. Give us something. Come on, just once.
I don't even know. It was just like, she's like crying.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, yeah.
And that was
good.
Right?
That was good.
And in New Mexico, we have these places called moradas for the penitentes, which are a lay religious order in the Catholic Church. New Mexico is one of the places they exist. And on Good Friday, there's a service of lights where all the lights are extinguished, and you find yourself in the morada in the dark, and you hear chains rattling and crying, and it's the wail of souls in purgatory. That's the idea. It's like this whole play you go participate in.
Yeah.
And that's what it sounded like to me. Only I didn't hear chains rattling, but I heard all the wailing. I heard enough. We took off out of there. There was no way. And then later in life, when I went to a morada on Good Friday and spent the evening there at the service of lights, the Tenabra service, I was like, I heard all that wailing and chains rattling and, hitting the boards underneath you. Oh, no way. I thought, that sounds just like that time La Llorona almost got us at the river.
Okay.
And it was like the same kind of scary, And there at that time, I don't know what, I was probably 35 or 40. And it still scared me, and I remembered the day La Llorona almost got us at the river.
Jeez. Thank you for your interpretation and for your rendition of the wailing. I appreciate that.
It was instructive.
We're gonna clip it, and we're gonna put that face you made while you were wailing in the intro video. So you're gonna see you float by. You think I'm playing? I'm gonna do it. So let's come down on a decision of what we think about this.
Okay.
All right. How about you go first, Aeon?
So I it's difficult with these ones that have persisted for so long, but taken on so many different faces, right? We're not just talking about a story, like, is this one event real?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. We're not talking about, like, is this picture, this UFO that all these people have this story about, is this real? Right. Now we're talking about something that's history spanning and cultural spanning, both regionally and time.
Right.
It's a big area to cover. Do I think all of that is one thing? No, not really. But I do think that you have rivers have always been culturally a source of a conveyance of souls. Right, so you have like the story of the river Styx, with the Greeks, You have, and even in Christian mythology, right? It's always a representation of a ferrying of souls.
Right.
So the idea that you have this lady, right, who haunts the ditch bank where she drowned her children, for whose soul she's looking for, right, kind of fits along that narrative. So, I mean, I think, given the number of people that claim to have seen it, and its recurrence, I feel like there's probably something to it. Also, given its length of life, do I think it's one person? Maybe not. Or I mean, one entity? Maybe not. I wonder if you're not talking about more like a river spirit.
Right.
Right, like a farrier of souls.
And if
so, I think there's something to it. I don't know whether or not it's just the urban legend of La Llorona. But it seems like there's something to it because it seems to persist, especially in the Southwest and South America.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like there's more of, how do I put this? It's more cultural and regional than anything. I feel like I'm gonna become the pessimist here, and let me be the bad guy because somebody's got to be. But I feel like it's more like a cautionary tale for kids in that area to stay out of the riverbed areas. Because it's perfect, you know. It's like, don't talk to strangers, don't talk to the creepy guy with the van offering you candy, don't play down by the river.
If he has a gumball machine riveted to the bumper of his panel van, don't talk to him.
Yeah, it's that's what it feels like to me. It feels like a cautionary tale used by parents to keep kids from playing in an area where what was the flooding thing that you guys called it? Dry bed? What is it?
Bosque. The bosque. Bosque. Bosque.
The dry wash.
Dry wash. That's it.
Oh no, arroyo.
Yeah.
It feels like that was a problem, or has always been a problem. I don't want to say a problem. It was an issue for that area. And even before, these aqueducts were cut for drainage, it was a problem. How do we let's say you're a parent. Don't go in the basement because I got all my sharp tools down there. That's not going to work. Don't go in the basement because the boogeyman's down there is going to get you and rip your face off. That'll keep the kids out of the basement.
Right. Right.
That's what the tale of La Llorona feels like to me.
Yeah, I think it's a true story. And I think it's a true story in that The Life of Pi is a true story. If you've read the book or you've seen the movie, there's two stories that could be the same story that are wildly different.
Yeah.
This is a true story because it's a cultural story that several cultures have had and has stood the test of time, and they've adopted it for themselves. And there are moral teachings in the story.
Yeah.
And the moral teachings early on might have been don't marry another class. And I think in America we don't understand the class struggle.
Right.
Like other cultures do and have. And
especially cultures that have been colonized.
Right. And so there's those sorts of stories, these sorts of moral imperatives, moral teachings, moral ideas. And Gus, stop it. And he's trying to move the camera.
He's moving the camera.
I saw it doing a little.
Yeah. We're not having an earthquake. It's all fine. So, and in the modern thing, the culture has adopted the story to tell children to stay out of the ditch and stay out of the river. Those are dangerous places. And listen, people drown in the river and the ditch every year. And I don't mean just one or two. It's a real problem.
Yeah.
And you think, how do you drown in the desert? Well, going out there. And how do you keep children from drowning? You tell them about La Llorona.
Right.
That's not the only way, right? But that's a way. And so I think in that regard, it's a true story. Like all of these sort of legends, I think there's probably going to be some truth to it somewhere.
Right.
Because aren't these iconic stories anyway? Like if you're talking about the class struggle, it's this, Aztec woman or whatever, that was dating some noble person and or his mistress or whatever the story was, and she's dating a different race. She's involved with a different race. She's involved with a different class, and she caused the whole downfall of her civilization, according to the story.
Right.
So there's the cautionary tale of don't do that, don't mix races, even though that's something today that's not a politically correct or maybe a politically appropriate story, or maybe we believe we're more enlightened than that now. So this is a transformed story. Same boogeyman, different message.
Yeah.
Or different, looking for a different utility.
Right.
It kind of makes me think of like a reverse Cinderella.
How so?
Right. Well, because you have this poor girl marries this nobleman, and then everything goes wrong.
Yeah.
Right? They have the perfect life and they have kids. You know, the first part was easy, and then it turns into, murder suicide. Whereas Cinderella starts out as a poor girl, everything's terrible until she marries dude, and then everything's great.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Cinderella.
It's a reverse Cinderella.
Right. Cinderella's happily ever after, and La Llorona's happily never.
Never after.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, that's why I say it's like a reverse Cinderella.
So I could see how it could be from. So let's take it all the way back from our first quote unquote reported evidence from Aztec times. Let's say an Aztec woman becomes, involved with a white guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, just by sheer circumstance, crops fail. The fall of the empire happened soon after. And at that time, it would take just one person to be like, you know what? Everything was good.
It was all you. It was her.
It was all good until she did that. And
you were the only one that did a different thing.
But that's different.
yeah.
You're the only one that did something different. It must be you.
Yeah. And, that same idea, that same school of thought followed into cultures to today. Well, not today, but, for example, the Salem witch trials. Everything was good until, this person became sick. And wait, didn't that person come around and say that I curse your name?
Yeah.
So the outlier created the issue.
A witch!
A witch burner! She has got a what?
And how do we tell if she's a witch?
Throw her into the pond!
Throw her in the pond! And when we throw her in the pond, what will happen? What else floats?
Very small rocks.
A very small rock. A duck. A duck floats.
So logically, if she weighs the same as a duck, she's made of wood.
Witch.
And therefore a witch. Oh, I love me some Monty Python. I can quote that stuff for days.
We've been playing too much chivalry too.
Oh yeah.
Because it's all, you cut dude's arm off and he's running around with no arm. It's
just a flesh wound. Yeah. I had that shirt for a long, long time. The Black Knight with no arms and no legs, and he says "'Tis but a flesh wound." I thought it was the funniest thing ever, and nobody knew it. Nobody got it. It was just like, yeah. The look on people's faces that saw my shirt is the same look that Paul has right now.
I thought it was funny. Back in my paramedic days, I had a shirt on that said "just a flesh wound." And I just laughed and laughed, and I thought it was very funny. Because of course, I thought of Monty Python, and everyone else was as serious as a heart attack, and I'm like, this is just amazing. I wonder if he knew when he was putting this shirt on.
Paramedic wearing was just a flesh wound.
No, the person who'd been injured.
Oh, the person who'd been injured. Oh my god.
That's why it was just crazy.
It's way worse.
Yeah, it is. There's so one of my coworkers, I'd love to give him a shout out, but he'll never listen to the podcast. But if you do, you know who I'm talking about. He and I reminisce on movies from growing up, from days of yore, and we're like, so Saturday was our half day, and it was just him and I at the shop, and usually he's got like music jump in, and we got music going, and we're having a good time while we're working. but Saturdays when it's just him and I in there, you know, music doesn't get turned down, and we have this unspoken game where we throw, "Hey, do you remember this movie?" back and forth. And I swear he is the only other diehard Airplane fan on the planet left. And we spent the day quoting Airplane back and forth to each other. And I am complete. I can die happy now. I finally found another Airplane fan.
When you and I first lived together, you used to quote it all the time, and you'd see me not laughing. You're like, Airplane. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's the things
Like,
that go in
dude,
the air.
Have you not? I was like, yeah, I've seen it, but I can't quote every joke out of the movie. Yeah, of course I've seen it, but no, I don't know the reference.
We need to learn you.
Because I'd be like, well, Shirley, and you're like, don't call me Shirley. Dude.
Leslie Nielsen was the king of one-liners.
Right.
And
those movies were just one-liners strung together.
And they were so good, though. My favorite line, and not many people get it. Even the people that see an Airplane don't get it. Like, it doesn't quite slap with them like it does with me. Like, there'll be two people at the shop in a heated argument doing something really important. Like, we've only got one chance to make this cut, and if we screw it up, it's going to cost us $30,000. And they'll be in the middle of cutting, and I'll come over and tap them on the shoulder and be like, I just wanted to say good luck. We're all counting on you. And then leave. and they're like,
I do remember that line.
watching me as I leave the shop, strolling. Because
I do remember that.
There was I didn't know that there was an episode of Family Guy where they referenced it. It was like Stewie and Stewie and Brian were going back in time and messing with the time loop, and they go to 9/11 and they try to stop 9/11, and they stop the terrorists, but they killed the pilot. And they're like, how do we land the plane? And they're in the cockpit trying to figure out how to land a plane. And then Leslie Nielsen walks in and says, I just wanted to say good luck. We're all counting on you. And then leaves. And I'm over there rolling, laughing on the bed. And my wife's like, what's so funny? And I was like, well, we're just going to have to watch that movie again. You'll get it eventually. But yeah.
All right, so the vote on La Llorona is that it's a real cultural story.
Yes.
Maybe not necessarily
a real phenomenon.
A real paranormal entity.
I wouldn't go so far as to call it paranormal, but culturally, it lives on.
Yeah.
It's a good cautionary tale to keep kids away, despite how many times Paul has been accosted by this ghost.
Listen, I've spent many an evening in after dark driving on the riverbank or walking in there looking for La Llorona.
But then you ran away.
Well, we did run away when we heard her. That was when we were younger and then a little older, but I never went back to that place where that peach tree was. That thing probably withered and died.
How old were you when you did the peach tree thing?
I don't know, probably 13.
Yeah, that was right about the age where you could still get scared enough to shit your pants.
We didn't get scared, but we ran.
Yeah.
And I probably left good things there I wanted. I mean, you know, good things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But there was no way in the world I was going back there.
Yeah, I don't know that there's been anything in my life that has scared me that badly. I know as a kid I was scared of my basement. Does that count?
Like the furnace in Home Alone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we did have our furnace in the basement, of course. This was
I gotta say, I had a furnace in my basement too, except mine didn't look like a medieval forge like the one in Home Alone.
Mine didn't either.
It looked like a like an ancient like wood burning boiler, like the wrought iron door grates on it. And stuff. I'm like, what furnace do you have? Because I remember I had to ask my mom. I was like, what is that? She's like, it's the furnace. I'm like, what does our furnace look like? Do we have one of those? And she showed me the furnace. I was like, ours doesn't look scary like that. It's just, flat sheet metal.
Yeah, I had like the package unit in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
but there was something about my basement that just scared me to death. And up until I was like 23, I had nightmares about my basement.
Really?
In my house that I was, raised in Michigan, which is weird because I only lived there until I was 14. So for 10 years after I left, I still had nightmares about that basement. It's like those videos you see on like TikTok and stuff where like somebody's standing in their house and the lights are all on and they flip the switch really quick and take off running and there's like a guy in a black suit chasing after him. Like, this is what I do when I'm home alone and I don't want the shadows to get me. That's the way I felt when I went in the basement.
I don't want the shit.
Have you not seen those?
No, but that sounds funny.
Oh my gosh. I gotta find it now.
So it's just a dude dressed in all black.
Yeah, like an all black skin suit. I've got to
representing the shadows.
I'm here representing the shadows. If you please duly run and be scared.
Oh, come on. Somebody's got to have it. Peeking shadows? No. Come on. I was hoping it would be right there by the top, but let's see how specific I can get. Oh, yeah, here, I think this is it.
Nice.
You notice he had to jump in the bed.
Yeah, yes, I know. The boogeyman's under the bed, too.
You always have to jump in the bed.
Yeah.
Because...
Did he?
Even now... Yeah, he did. Even now, when I'm coming back from the bathroom at night, I know that I have to run and jump up on the bed. Why? Because the monsters are waiting underneath the bed.
To grab your ankles.
To grab your ankles. Did you see him? Jumped in that bed.
Did you see the one? Did you see the one that was already in the bed?
Yeah. So would you like me to put in the final thoughts?
Let's hear your final thoughts. I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away.
Or we could play My Llorona for the closing song if that works.
Is that
it's based on My Sharona.
I was gonna say, it sounds like My Sharona. My Llorona.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's on YouTube. It's amazing.
Exactly
it's like by Blackout Media.
There's also Drive Like a New Mexican. Set to
now that is
Walk
the thing
Like
to
an
be
Egyptian.
really afraid.
Yeah, there's that too. It's terrible.
We're gonna skip the copyrighted material.
Excellent.
And get in. We'll get into some final thoughts, I suppose. Give us what you got, Aeon. Let's hear it.
So I think whether it's urban legends or cultural folklore such as boogeymen under the bed, haunted furnaces in the basement, or culturally diverse couples that destroy whole civilizations. I think you have to take it for the kernel of where it comes from. Dark places scare us because we're human and we like the light of the fire.
Yeah.
Rivers wash people away, and rivers have always been mysterious to us and have represented all sorts of things, from the transport of souls to the flow of knowledge. And I think
the unknown,
and I think that things that are different, like in the case of the Aztecs, a biracial couple, it was different and therefore scary and therefore new and therefore probably the cause of anything bad that happened after it. But I think that as long as you look at the underlying tale of what it is, there's probably a whole lot of stuff you can get from it. Probably not really haunted. Probably no serial killers under the bed with a straight razor to get your Achilles tendon at night. All of you can go to sleep at night and not be scared that that's gonna happen.
There ain't nothing underneath my bed, but
that one's free.
totes full of electronic cords.
creature like that, I would never die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by
Or
nuclear
monsters
bomb.
in the closet that you have to leave the light on.
I
No, you
prefer
just have to close the doors so light you don't
You're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for
Give
someone
her
to
her own
believe.
space. She needs space to twirl and listen to
Would scare you to death.
Fleetwood Mac.
But whatever your
All right, let's get to
your
work.
current urban legend that you're living under is, you can always find the answers if you follow us.
Beyond the shadows. Whoa!
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Space. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
Hello, friends. Hello. Let's see, which way do we need to face tonight? Yeah, I need to flip this right quick. Give me a moment, please. Transform. Oop, I always get that backward. We're gonna flip that again. Whoop, flip it one more time. There we go. Hello, friends. If you can't tell, it's just me tonight. Paul and Aeon are tied up with holiday happenings. So, you know, it is what it is. It happens. We have lives. We are human. But tonight, we were supposed to go over a UFO incident. Since it's just me tonight, we're going to do a UFO incident. I've got a little bit of some photo evidence and some video evidence. This ties in with our... Oh, geez, there was that UFO incident in Africa where the whole group of school kids saw a UFO land in the soccer field. This is similar to that, but this is going to be over in England, and this has another group of school kids had seen what happened. So we have some photo evidence, some stuff that the kids drew, some drawings that the kids drew to describe what they saw, and we also have video testimony. I think this was in the 70s. So I did the math earlier. It was like close to 50 years ago this year. So we're going to go over that. And I have a little Christmas update from, the tie-in from last week. So last week we talked about Krampus. We talked about the roots of Saint Nicholas, where he came from, and we also talked about, oh geez, what was the other thing we talked about? I can't even remember how to pronounce it. The group of I want to say Aboriginal, indigenous people that ate the mushrooms, and they think this is where part of the story of Santa Claus came from. We have one more, or rather I have one more to share with you tonight on, what is this, Christmas Eve. So we've got 3 days, Sunday now, so 3 days until Christmas. So I wanted to cap this weekend off with a little follow-up and another story, another folklore from Christmas to talk with you about. So, give me a second, because a lot of this, it's easy to do this part when there's all three of us, and when all three of us aren't here, you see my movements a lot more and what all I really do. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens going in front of me right now to make sure everything runs flawlessly. So usually Ann will take over with the witty banter when it's time for me to switch some things up or bring up some media or something like that. So you're going to catch a little bit extra of that tonight. I will say tonight we are interacting, or rather I am interacting with chat. So if you want to pop in and say anything, if you want to say hello, I'm actively watching chat, I will say hello. We can talk, ask questions about the podcast, or if you have anything paranormal you want to share, feel free to. I will also say, if you have... Hold on. I just noticed there's a freaking website at the bottom of this GIF that I'm using for background. We'll just snip that out. Whoop. Never again. If you have anything paranormal that you want to share with us, feel free to. If you look at the bottom of the screen, just below me, scrolling is our social media information. Our Instagram's there, our Facebook is there, and the email account for the podcast is there. So if you have anything paranormal you want to share, feel free to email us. Let us know your story. If you've got something unique you want to share, or if you have a suggestion for an episode, feel free to. Also, if you think we're doing good, let us know. If you think we're doing bad, let us know. You know, this is not a monarchy. We don't rule the podcast world. On the contrary, we are little nobodies. We have little to no following, and we're still doing like single-digit views per episode, so it's fine. We've been going for half a year now, and have yet to get a single email. So, but you know what? Since I bring it up, how about I just check the email right quick? Let's see if we got anything in there. I really doubt we do. I really, really doubt we do. Probably just a bunch of spam. Yep, bunch of junk. 30 spam emails. Let's just delete those and get them out of there. How does T-Mobile get this freaking email address? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm just going to clean up these emails. Since I'm just sitting here, there's nobody really watching anyway. Oh, well, look at that. Well, we do have some notifications for some new followers on YouTube. I'm going to give a shout out to Kevin, the legendary Crow Carson. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Iris Collins, thank you for your subscription on YouTube. Sly Dot also subscribed on YouTube. Thank you so much. And Alicia Messenger, thank you for your YouTube subscription. Appreciate that. I will continue to shout people out as long as they continue to come in. Yeah, it's just a bunch of spam. Not a single email from a single interested listener. That's okay. That's the way it goes when you run a podcast with no following. But on the flip side, we've got beers tonight. So we are going to discuss, first and foremost, the legend of Hans Trapp. So Hans Trapp is a legendary figure rooted in folklore of Alsace and Lorraine regions of France. I'm probably just totally destroying those names because I do not know French. Known as the dark counterpart to Saint Nicholas, Hans Trapp is a sinister character often depicted in stories and celebrations as a warning to misbehaving children. His legend is a part of the region's Christmas traditions, similar to other dark holiday figures like Krampus. According to legend, Hans Trapp was a wealthy and greedy man who lived in the 15th century. He was infamous for his cruelty, arrogance, and dabbling in occult practices, which ultimately led to his excommunication by the church. After losing his wealth and power, he fled to the forest and became a hermit. We do have some generic Google images of Hans Trapp here. They call him the Christmas Scarecrow. I was hoping to find like some cool like older images, but you know, this is the best I can give you. This is an actual depiction from a children's book of Hans Trapp. You know, the title of this actually says Christmas Throughout Christendom, and the bottom says The Christ Child and Hans Trap. So I'm assuming the lady with the birthday cake on her head is the Christ Child, and Hans Trap is there climbing through the window. So they call him the Christmas Scarecrow, but I can't help but feel like there is some major similarities between Hans Trap and Krampus. He looks very, very similar to Krampus. He's got, so it looks like he has just like a branch off of a tree. So he's wearing some kind of, oh no, I thought that was a hat. That's his hand on the window. He's definitely wearing a mask with devil horns, which is very similar to Krampus. But let's get into more about the person. So after losing his wealth and power, he fled to the forest and became a hermit. The tale takes a darker turn itself as Hans Trap's descent into madness and depravity, allegedly. He takes a taste for human flesh and planned to eat children he had captured. Before he could carry out his gruesome act, however, he was struck down by a bolt of lightning, seen as divine punishment. Hans Trap in modern folklore is associated with Christmas as a punitive figure who accompanies St. Nicholas during the holiday season. White St. Nicholas rewards good children with gifts and treats. Hans Trap is said to punish the naughty ones. He is often described as a terrifying figure dressed in ragged clothes, sometimes resembling a scarecrow, and carrying a bundle of sticks or a sack to frighten or capture disobedient children. Okay, so the similarities, the parallels between Hans Trap and Krampus are blatant. It almost feels like the story of Krampus made its way into France at some point in time or another, and over time it evolved. I could see how a hooded, cloaked figure carrying a bundle of sticks to beat children with, carrying a sack, could be changed to a masked figure carrying a stick and a sack. Over time, I wonder what Hans Trap, how you pronounce Hans Trap in French. It's weird because it's like a German name. German-ish name. Let's see, let me look it up. Google Translate. Oh. Okay, interestingly, I just typed in Hans Trap into Google Translate. It automatically translated it from Swedish. It literally translates to his loss. But let's see what it sounds like in French.
Sa perte. Sa perte.
Okay, so that doesn't sound anything like Krampus. So what does Krampus sound like in French? Oh, well, it's just Krampus. Okay, well. So, Hans Trap serves as a moral lesson to children about the consequences of greed, arrogance, and wicked behavior. His role in Christmas traditions reflects a broader European custom of pairing benevolent gift-giving figures with darker enforcers of discipline. Although his story is less well known outside of this French region, Hans Trap remains an enduring part of the area's cultural heritage, blending medieval fears with holiday traditions. So there you go. Hans Trap, everybody. Hans freaking Trap. You know what? I'll give myself a little round of applause on that one. Hans Trap. Hans Trap. And there you go, everybody. Hans Trap, everyone. There you go. See, we can have fun by ourselves. So, let's look. Let's see what we got going on. We got one viewer in there. Hello, chat. What's going on? Welcome to the podcast. Oh, I didn't do our normal intro. How's everybody going? My name is Victus, and this is Beyond the Shadows podcast. This is your weekly paranormal podcast where we discuss all things paranormal and paranormal related. that don't put your blinders on immediately and think just because we're talking about paranormal that we're only going to talk about UFOs or ghosts. We talk about everything. Government conspiracies, alien abductions, ghosts, folklores. And then at the end of the month, we even do what we call the rapid fire episode, which seems to be a crowd favorite. So what we do is we pull videos from social media and we just watch social media videos that are related to this genre. And we talk about whether we think they're real or not. We have good fun with it. We shrink the screen down big time. So kind of like what you're seeing here, except instead of there being one person talking, there's two people. Well, there'll be three of us. Aeon and Paul are not here this week. They are taking off tonight for the holidays. So, that being said, we're going to move forward with our episode. And you know what? We're going to drink a little bit of this beer. That's beer. All right, so close this out of here. Let's find Broadhaven UFO Incident. Let's pull up some images. We're going to leave these things up here while we're talking about it. So, here is your group of children. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. This is going to be a good one. I actually remember reading this in a book as a child, and when we would go outside for recess, I would just sit outside and stare up at the sky, just waiting. Because there was, I remember in my library in my elementary school, we had elementary school. Yeah, this will tell you how long ago this was. There was one little tiny section of this shelf in my library at the school that was occult, or they called it something different. I forget what it was, but it wasn't occult. It was the paranormal section, and this was one of the only books on UFOs. And it was this huge book. It was like this big, just about this UFO incident. But so this, I think this was probably my first real foray into not necessarily the paranormal, but into UFOs and aliens. This, because I'd seen movies. Sure, everybody had seen movies growing up about aliens, UFOs, or they played video games or something. This was the first thing that really kind of brought it home for me, made it close. Like, it made it feel like it could happen to anybody, because it was just like a group of school kids minding their own business, and they saw a UFO. So it made me feel like it could really happen, that it wasn't just some Hollywood production or some video game. This is the first thing that really made it feel real. So, let's see. Oh, we do have a... Oh, wait, we have a sound effect just for the alien stuff. Here, oh yeah. Aliens.
Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Yeah, get ready for that one. So without further ado, we're going to get into what is known as 1977's Broadhaven UFO Incident. Aliens. So this one's really interesting. This one goes to my roots. This was the first one that really connected with me, so I'm kind of passionate about this one. So, the story starts in 1977 in the small village of Broadhaven, located in Pembrokeshire, Wales. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Let's see where that is. I love pulling up Google Maps and looking, because sometimes when you look for these things, you will find markers on Google Maps. So let's see, Broadhaven. Let's just type in Broadhaven UFO and see what happens. Oh. Okay, so there's Broadhaven. Are we in England here? Yes. Okay, so there's Broadhaven. Broadhaven Playground. Is this where it happened? Okay, yeah, this is why I pull these up, because sometimes you will see there'll be markers. People will tag places, and it's also good for discerning whether or not this is actual legitimate legitimate experience or not. Because what we like to do is we'll look at something and see, the first thing we like to ask is who's making money off of this. And it's usually a good decider if whether or not somebody is profiting, whether or not this is real, or if it's like a local, what's the word I'm looking for? A local attraction to make people come to the area. Okay, so this area, this town is small. Maybe 100 houses? Yeah. So I don't see anything like, I don't see anything that says like a UFO Inn or anything like that. So it makes me think, what is that? It makes me think that we might have something good on our hands here. Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, let's Broadhaven Playground. I wonder if that's where the kids had seen it at. All right, we'll get back into this here in a little bit. We'll look and see. So, the story starts in 1977 in the small village of Broadhaven, located in Pembrokeshire, Wales, often referred to as the Broadhaven Triangle. The series of sightings during the period involved the reports of strange craft, unusual beings, and mysterious phenomena. And what we have here from this point forward is my investigation and the findings. And so we're going to go through with this and see what we can discern about this incident. Okay, so the Broadhaven saga began on February 4th of 1977 when a group of children from Broadhaven Primary School reported seeing a silver cigar-shaped object in a field near their school. So let's go back to maps just for a second. Let's see if we can find that school. So there's a playground. Where is the school? I don't see a school anywhere here. What are we calling it? What is it called? The Broadhaven Primary School. Oh, here we go. There it is. Okay, so this is likely where it happened, right here. A little soccer field. Okay, so this is promising. This is good. This is good. We're going to start here. We're going to move forward. The witnesses described a shiny metallic object with a dome on top. Some children claim they saw unusual humanoid figures near the object, dressed in silver suits. Eyewitnesses' accounts were the total of 14 children who gave consistent accounts of the sighting. Their teacher, initially skeptical, had the children independently sketch what they had seen, resulting in remarkably similar drawings. The initial report sparked a wave of interest in further sightings by local residents in the weeks and months that followed. So, let's pull up some of these pictures. Look at here. these are some of the drawings that kids made. Okay, so this one feels like the pink one feels like it was made by a teacher, honestly. But let's look at, yeah, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So this is definitely drawn by one of the kids. Okay, so those of you listening and not watching the video, what I'm looking at here is a page that is cut into 4 pieces, and each quarter of the page has a different drawing on it. The first in the top left is probably made by the teachers. It looks a little too good to be done by children in primary school, but the rest of them are clearly drawn by children. So we'll go clockwise. In the top right, we've got one that's drawn in crayon. We got we're going to split the page in half. Top half is yellow for some reason. Bottom half is green for grass. And what we have is what you would expect a saucer-shaped object to look like. So it's a long, stretched-out cylinder with a dome on top. But this is landed, and it's sitting in the grass. So we got 2, like, elephant's feet sticking out of the bottom that are supporting the UFO in the grass. And there's what appears to be an alien standing in front, or I use the word alien, some type of extraterrestrial standing in front of the UFO. And it's humanoid, like from the shoulders down, looks humanoid. Feet are a little big, but you know, it's a kid's drawing, so it's probably way out of proportion. But I will say it's strange. A strange description is, you know, it shows 2 dots for the eyes, 1 dot for a nose, and a line for the mouth. But it looks like the child had drawn this to show that the alien had pointy ears, like almost like I don't know, like a character out of an anime with huge, you know, like you would get female characters with cat ears, kind of that thing. But everything is gray, so the UFO is gray, and the extraterrestrial is gray. But strangely enough, there's also what looks like a satellite dish sticking out of the top of this. So this makes me wonder, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate. When did the first Star Wars movie come out? May of 1977. And this was February of 1977. Oh, let's look in England. December of 1977. Okay. So I was going to suggest that this looks strangely like the Millennium Falcon. Especially the satellite dish. So we all know that the Millennium Falcon's got a big satellite dish on top. And this drawing has what I think is a satellite dish on top. You know, I can see the similarities. Maybe I'm just grasping at straws. It's fine. You know, it is what it is. That's me and my conspiracy theory hat. This is why I don't do this alone, because you're going to get the one side of the story. So, moving forward, the next picture in line is a much better drawing. I don't know how old these kids are. We were moving clockwise. Okay, so this next one is 2 drawings. Just about what you'd expect a flying saucer to look like. You know, it's silver, flat on the bottom, half dome shaped on top, and then on top of that half dome shape is a smaller dome, which we're assuming is like the window section. This one shows like a little light on top, and you know, the child had drawn 3 lines to show that it's shining. And this one is also accompanied by a drawing of what the extraterrestrial looked like. So it has no face, a round head, pointy ears like an elf, a silver pointy hat like an elf, and then he's got a turtleneck on, long sleeve shirt, long pants, black shoes, all silver, but no face, which is really kind of strange. So it seems more elf-like than it does extraterrestrial-like. So, continuing clockwise, we got our last drawing from the children is the good one. This is the UFO that is laying in the grass. This one differs from the original, or from the first one, because it does not have feet, but it is the same, almost exactly the same as the previous drawing. You know, the half dome with another dome on top, and this one clearly has a row of windows, clearly has a light on top, and this one again has lights or lines coming off of the light to show that it's illuminated. And this one also has an antenna, but this one's laying flat on the ground. It's not resting on feet. So between these three illustrations from children, they are similar. They are all very similar to one another. But, you know, this last one is probably the best one. Very clear, concise lines. You could tell the child really knew for sure what he was drawing. Yeah, it's very good. You know, the trees are drawn very well. There's grass. It's a mud for some reason, but okay, cool. So that's when we come to this picture. This is the an illustration out of a newspaper from BBC Productions. I can't quite read what this thing says. It's such a low resolution photograph. UFOs are becoming inevitable. Even the President of the United States admits having seen one. Alan Rode hasn't, but he has been talking to people such as these school children who are sure that they have. And the headline reads Saucery in the West Wales. So this is a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 children that had seen this UFO, and they saw it clear enough that they were able to draw an illustration to show what they had seen. Again, let me play devil's advocate. Let's look at, so like this one down here, bottom right. Nope, it's not that one. I thought for sure that was it. This is the only one that's bisected by green. So it makes me wonder if these two didn't belong. Interesting. We'll get back to this later. It is a very interesting point to bring up. Well, thank you, Victus. You're welcome, Victus. So there's 15 kids in this picture, but the research said 14, which is also strange. Which I guess over time, it's been almost 50 years. Sure, maybe somebody, I don't know. I could see it being somebody had gotten scared or something and decided they wanted to recant what they said, so the official number changed. It's fine. It is what it is.
Aliens.
So, moving forward, following the school children's sightings, other locals began reporting strange phenomena. Several residents observed strange lights in the sky, often described as bright and erratic. In some cases, witnesses reported seeing multiple objects moving in formation. Encounters with beings. One family claimed to have seen a figure in a silver suit peering into their farmhouse window. Another report described a similar figure near a local oil refinery. Now, was there an oil refinery in this? Do you see an oil refinery somewhere? It seems like a weird thing to have in such a small town. I don't see an oil refinery, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there in 1977. So, it is what it is. Some of the physical evidence. Residents found unusual burn marks and depressions in fields where UFOs were reportedly seen. These sightings were concentrated in a triangular area around Broadhaven, leading to the Broadhaven Triangle moniker. I wonder if we look for the Broadhaven Triangle in Google Maps. No, let's just Google it. Let's see what happens. If we could find an image of the delineations. Here we go. Wow, horrible. All right. That's stretched way out. So that's going from here up to here, down to here. Oh my lord. I don't know if I would call that the Broadhaven Triangle. I would more call that the Wales Triangle. Because Broadhaven is just a tiny little piece of that. In retrospect, Broadhaven is probably the smallest part of the triangle. But whatever. It's all good. Moving forward. The Broadhaven UFO incident drew significant attention from local authorities, media, and UFO researchers. Several investigations were conducted with varying conclusions. A local investigation by Dyfed Powys police. I don't know what Dyfed Powys. Maybe it's the name of the police station. Looked into the reports but found no concrete evidence to substantiate the claims. Officers noted the sincerity of witnesses but could not verify their accounts. The Ministry of Defense even looked into this, and they received multiple reports about the incident but maintained that the sightings possessed no threat to national security. UFO researcher Nick Pope later revealed that MOD, the Ministry of Defense, took the reports seriously but dismissed them as misidentifications of conventional aircraft or natural phenomena. Swamp gas, everybody. Do you think it was swamp gas? Because I don't.
Aliens. Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Yeah. On to the fun part. UFO researchers visited Broadhaven and documented witness testimonies. Some ufologists believe
Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
The sightings were evidence of extraterrestrial activity, citing the consistency of the accounts and the descriptions of the humanoid beings. A few independent scientists examined the physical evidence, including the burn marks and soil depressions, but could not determine their origin conclusively. Some suggested natural causes such as lightning strikes or meteor impacts, but these explanations were met with skepticism by the witnesses. So, that brings us to the witnesses. We know that 15 children saw this from this research, from these newspaper articles. even the Ministry of Defense was involved, which means it went to police. Police couldn't figure it out, and the police took it to the government, and the government couldn't figure it out. So at least their government is kind of admitting that they had looked into it. They're not really saying anything happened, but submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society. I have in my hot little hands the video testimony of some of these children from 1977. Okay, so this is a clip. Let's see if we can find out who shared this originally. I think it was originally BBC had reported on this, but it came down to, somebody down the line eventually saved this video, and we are thankful for them, very thankful, because this is the only video of the testimony that remains. There is some newer videos floating around that shows these children as adults reacting to their original statements. I have not seen them. I think there's a reaction at the end of this video. So I want to give a tiny shout out to, what's this channel? This is Eyes on Cinema on YouTube. 191,000 subscribers. Way to go. You're doing better than us. We'll give you a like. Here you go. Thank you for your contribution to society. Here we go. We're going to watch this. These are the video testimonies of the school children from the school in Broadhaven in 1977. Here we go.
My friend Philippa was trying to find a way over the stream, and I was looking at the bushes up the top of the trees, and then suddenly this silver cigar-shaped object seemed to pop up from behind the bushes and trying to take off. Then it disappeared again.
Well, I saw the spaceship. I didn't see the man. The spaceship, it looked a cigar shape with a dome on it. And it had a yellowy, orange to red light on the top of it.
How clearly did you see it?
Well, I couldn't see its face because it was too far away.
Oh, you say you saw a man as well, did you?
Yes.
And what about him?
Well, he was too far away to be seen as well.
Are you sure it wasn't perhaps just a helicopter or an aircraft from the airfield near here?
A helicopter could land there, but that's private property over there. And if they landed there, they could be prosecuted. And with an aircraft, the only thing that could get in there was a Harrier.
Were you frightened at the time?
Yes.
Why?
I thought there would be a whole army inside there or something.
I know that 16 children saw it.
And did they all see the same thing, do you think?
There's a common core of similarity between all their descriptions. I got them to draw and to write what they saw.
Okay, so this is one of the drawings. This is one that we looked at earlier. Oh, my microphone is really loud right now. Sorry, I turned it up so you could hear more clearly. Hold, please. Turn my mic down. Okay, so this is one we haven't seen before. So now we've got some names. Michael Webb. So it looks like somebody redrew the drawings. Unfortunately, fence field, fence stream. Let's go back to Google Maps. Let's see if we can find it. Where was yes, this was the school. So where's the stream? We have a pond. So if they were here, the only place it could have been would have been over here, maybe. because I don't see a stream or another body of water anywhere. This must have been where it landed. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. Look here, here's the school. My bad. Yeah, so they're calling this a pond. I'm sure there's a stream of some kind here. Like, I'm not seeing any other water. Doesn't mean it wasn't there before. I'm gonna say it was north. They came that it maybe it landed over here somewhere. It comes down to development. What the development looked like back then. It's hard to say. So some of these illustrations are really hard to make sense of. I am seeing a consistency with the description of the head, with the small eyes, the nose, the mouth, and the pointy ears. It's very interesting. We're going to turn this audio back up, and we're going to go ahead and look or watch the rest of this video. Wonderful evidence.
I'm absolutely sure of what I saw that day. I saw an object that was large, cigar-shaped, silver. After 30 years, I'm no nearer the understanding than I was on the day that I saw it. But I am 100% sure that what I saw that day is as we reported it.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Excellent testimony. Way to go, children. Good job. Good job. Some really cool, we got newspaper clippings back there. They had pointed ears. The ship was silvery. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, I'm gonna say, oh, Riveriana, hey, how's it going? Welcome in. Sorry, I just missed you there. Hello. Welcome in. We're discussing the Broadhaven UFO incident tonight. We had just finished watching first-hand testimony from children from 1977 who saw this UFO land by their school. But what I was going to say was similar to that video that we reviewed for the incident in Africa. These children do not look like they're... Okay, so these are young children. So when kids are playing a game or they're trying to be untruthful, they cannot contain themselves. You know what I mean? So they're going to be like fidgety and kind of trying to be deceitful. And these kids do not look like they're trying to be deceitful at all. These kids, on the flip side of that, these kids actually look like they had seen some stuff. Like, they do not look like happy children. They actually look probably very disturbed by what happened. Hey, Rihanna. Yeah, I'm over here on the Eastern Shore in the United States. I have two co-hosts, and they are in central United States, but they are not here tonight. They are off for the holidays. But yeah, this is very similar to the UFO incident in Africa, where it was like a group of like 40 children had seen the UFO. These kids they just look like they'd seen something. Like, at no point do they seem like, even the kids in the background. This is what we analyzed in the last video. We would look at the kids in the background and see if they are trying to hide smiles or if they're trying to keep from laughing. The only one that ever really feels like he's trying to laugh is this kid, but he seems to be the older one, and that he, you know, I can remember being at that age and wanting to be, to kind of laugh off something traumatic that happened to me, and it seems like what he was doing here. I believe the question he gets asked is if he was scared, and that's when he laughs. But of course, it's a quick deflector. It's what he was doing. He was deflecting. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming. This podcast has been streaming for 6 months now, but I've been streaming for close to 6 years. 6 years, 7 years, something like that. I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember what year I started. I really don't. It all kind of blurs together. I did do some video game streaming for a while and gave that up, and then I streamed some painting for a while and I gave that up, and this podcast is the new thing, and just continue to stream on the same platform and keep the viewership. So content changes, but the streaming remains the same. So moving forward with the research, some of the theories behind the UFO case, the Broadhaven incident has attracted a variety of theories to explain the phenomena. Extraterrestrial hypotheses are that the proponents argue that the detailed descriptions of the craft and beings, along with the physical evidence, suggest the visitation by extraterrestrial entities. Rihanna, no, I don't play games on the stream anymore. This is it anymore. I'm getting too old to be playing video games on stream. So this is it now. This is all the streaming I get. And those of you listening on Spotify at a later time, I am interacting with chat right now. So try not to be super confused about what's going on. Because those of you listening on Spotify, we do stream this live every Sunday on Twitch, and it later gets uploaded to YouTube and Spotify. So if you want to catch the episodes live, you're welcome to come and join us. If you look for us on Twitch, we are Beyond the Shadows Podcast on Twitch. You can find our schedule there, and it'll tell you what time we stream live every Sunday. So some of the other hypotheses are military activity. Some researchers suggest the sightings were linked to secret military operations or experimental aircraft, possibly involving nearby RAF bases. RAF is Royal Air Force. Unusual sightings near the oil refinery have fueled speculation about covert surveillance or testing. Some of the other hypotheses are hoaxes and misinterpretations. Skeptics argue that the sightings could have been explained by pranks, misidentified aircraft, or natural phenomena such as meteors or weather balloons. Well, let's be honest, that's a cookie-cutter explanation. This is what they want you to feel like you think you saw, because they don't want us to know the truth that we're really being visited. So we know that local police was involved. We know that local government was involved. We even know that the Royal Air Force was involved. And the first real explanation we were given was that they were pranks, misidentified aircraft, or natural phenomena such as meteor or weather balloons. Let me put on my conspiracy theorist hat. In the United States, when the government tells us about UFO sightings or extraterrestrial sightings, it almost always has to do with weather balloons, swamp gases, experimental craft. And that's just, they're like blanket statements from the government every single time. And I feel like this is like something that they would tell us like they would tell the media to say, like, here's a script of what we want you to say. So like maybe the RAF, the British government, what have you, Ministry of Defense reached out to the United States, and their government, or our government, told them, sure, yeah, this is what we tell our people to keep them satiated, and this is how we keep them from asking too many questions. And it feels like they just took the cookie cutter comment, gave it to the British, and the British used it on the British people. All I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Aliens.
So the last one we're going to talk about is mass hysteria, and this is another one that comes up with the United States government as well. Psychologists have posited that the intense media coverage and community discussions may have amplified or distorted eyewitness accounts, creating a form of collective delusion, aka mass hysteria. This is another one that they love to use. So what they mean by mass hysteria is that one person maybe saw something and it triggers the next person, which triggers the next person, which triggers the next person. Next thing you know, you get a group of 15 kids that experience the same thing, but in reality, they're just feeding off of the hysteria from one of the people. So this happens. We know that this happens. There was, think about it, back in medieval times, there was the dancing plague. And I feel like some of that maybe had to do with mass hysteria, because we were dealing with, maybe 2 or 3 people had caught a hold of that. What was that? It was if Ayan was here, he could tell me. The fungus that grew on bread that made everybody hallucinate. So maybe there was 2 or 3 people that were really hallucinating, but in the end, it really came down to 2 or 3 people hallucinating, but the rest of them were triggered and mass hysteria happened. I could see that being the case there. So the Broadhaven UFO incident remains one of the most famous cases in British UFO lore. Its cultural and historical significance includes media coverage. The story garnered widespread media attention at the time and has since been featured in numerous documentaries, books, and articles. The incident has become part of Broadhaven's identity, drawing UFO enthusiasts and tourists to the area. Decades later, researchers and enthusiasts continue to revisit the case, re-interviewing surviving witnesses and examining newly uncovered evidence. The Broadhaven sightings have inspired fictional stories, films, art, further embedding the incident in the collective imagination. Which brings us to our conclusion about the case. The Broadhaven UFO incident is a captivating and enigmatic event that continues to intrigue both believers and skeptics. With no definitive explanation has been found, the sincerity of the witnesses and the enduring mystery make it a cornerstone of British UFO history. Whether interpreted as evidence or extraterrestrial visitation, military secrecy, or human imagination, the Broadhaven case underscores humanity's fascination with the unknown and our quest for answers to the mysteries of the universe. Its legacy is not just in the reports of strange craft and beings, but in the questions it raises about the nature of reality and the limits of human understanding. The Broadhaven UFO incident remains the topic of active discussion today, ensuring its place in the annals of unexplained phenomena for years to come. So, that being said, we're going to recap, and with the recap, we are going to talk about what we think really happened here. So, the first incident happened with kids, 15 school kids, 15, 14, 16, we've heard 3 different numbers tonight. The school kids saw it first, and they followed suit with the kids down in Africa that did the same thing. So, the kids in Africa saw something. They told their teacher, who told the headmaster of their school, and did the same thing. What he did was, he took the students that saw something and he isolated them. And he put each one in a room and he said, okay, I want you to draw what you saw. And each one of those kids went and drew something. Now, when the drawings came out, the similarities is what makes this story believable. So let's flip over to the pictures that they drew. Look at these. So these UFOs were made by children in separate rooms, isolated from one another, and yet the similarities became glaring and blatant. So we're going to give a point to truth on this one. This was done really, really well, and the headmaster of the school did a really excellent job doing his due diligence. And you know, if you think back to the video that we watched, there was a phone interview with the headmaster of the school, and he said precisely, the kids say they saw something, so we split them all up and we asked them to sit down and draw what they saw, and this is what they did. So that being said, second point of contention, well, we're going to talk about the looks on these kids' faces. So these kids do not look like a group of kids that are trying to hide something. I know when I was a kid and I was trying to be deceitful and I was trying to hide something from my parents, I had a hard time keeping a straight face. And when you're in this group setting with other children who actively know that you're lying, the energy gets passed around, right? All right, so think about it. We got a group of children. So let's do two theories here. But first, let me get another drink. So we've got two theories here. So theory number one, the kids lied. This is all made up by the kids. So if the kids made it up and they got together and they said, hey, let's make up this fantastic lie about what we saw, what you're going to have is a bunch of nervous energy between these kids. And what's going to happen is you might get one or two with composure, but what we try to look for is people not directly in the camera sight, but the kids in the background. We're going to look at the kids in the background to see what they're doing. And when it comes to this video specifically, and also the case we covered in Africa about the UFO incident down there where the 40-something school children saw what they saw, we looked at the whole video. We put, we muted it and we looked at it. If these kids were lying, maybe one or two of them are going to hold their composure, but there's going to be one or two of these kids in the background that are going to want to crack. They're going to break. And you're going to see them back there trying to hide their face. Or you're going to see them, trying to laugh or look at their other friends and see what their reaction is. Because these are kids. At this age, they don't know how to act. So what they're going to do is they're going to look at their friends for social cues. So the kid that doesn't know how to hide the fact that he's lying is going to look at his friend, see how he's reacting, and copy that reaction. So if you look here, these kids in the background are not looking at one another for answers. They are, in fact, they're looking down, which tells me from their body language that they saw something that they're very, very unsure about. So the body language of these children does not tell me that they had seen something, or they had made up seeing something just to get some attention. What it tells me is that these kids actually saw something, which is the other side of the theory here. So if you have children who had seen something otherworldly, i.e. a UFO, what you're going to find is these kids it's almost like a state of shock, right? You with me? Where they're unsure how to react. They know their friends are unsure how to react. Look at okay, so we know that the faces of the kids that they're interviewing are going to be normal. This is a normal face. You can tell he's struggling to kind of put words together to articulate what he wants to say. Right? He's struggling to make sense of what he saw. But look at the kids in the background. These kids are not happy. These kids are not looking to each other for social cues. In fact, they're very withdrawn. This kid here looks troubled. I ain't gonna lie. This kid looks like he's got a weekend job and he's not happy about it because it's Friday. Well, that's what I'm seeing. And I'm thinking that these kids had actually seen this UFO. That's what I'm getting. That these kids actually saw this UFO and that they are trying to articulate what they saw. That's all I'm seeing. Hold please. Your call is important to us. Computer's acting up. Oop, there we go. Computer wasn't acting up. I just banned somebody. I hate that when they do the, they try to spam you while you're trying to stream. Come on. Ooh, yeah, bitrate dropped. Sorry about that, friends. I had opened another window and I pulled up my stream. I don't usually do that while I'm streaming. Quality should be coming up now. I am sorry about that. Sorry about that obnoxious person in chat. I hate when people try to sell you stuff in chat while you're streaming. It's just a real pain. Anyway, these kids look like they had actually seen something. The only thing I could say to describe the look on their face is troubled. These kids are troubled. And you get to think, this is back in 1977. All right. So we had the UFO incident from, oh geez, let me pull it up right quick. Let me find out exactly when this other UFO incident was. Geez, this was early on. I think this was like our second or third episode. This was the aerial school incident. This was episode 7. Season 1, episode 7. This was in 1994. So, in the video from 94, the kids some of them were, the child that was directly being interviewed was a little giddy. But of course, these were kids from the 90s. So these were kids my age. Back in 94 anyway. And they are naturally going to be kind of giddy around a camera because that's just the way things were back in the 90s. We were kids of the TV generation. All right, so these kids, this is the 70s, being interviewed for news was kind of a rare thing, I would imagine. And I don't think these kids had much understanding about what they were really doing. So the giddiness of being in front of the camera is not there. And I think there's one kid here that smiles, but I think it's because he knows that he's on camera and he is excited about it. I think it's this kid right here. And soon after he does the smile thing, it just fades right away. Yeah, right there, that's as close as a smile as you get. So I'm seeing the reactions from these kids who are going to give you unfiltered responses to questions. And these reactions are telling me that what they saw. That they know that they saw what they saw. And they did their best to show that they had seen it. And that's why I think this is a true case of UFO experience. Now, I can't speak on whether or not the other locations near Broadhaven had seen anything, because for some reason that just doesn't come up in any of the research. We couldn't get a solid interview. We couldn't get a statement from anything else that happened in the Broadhaven Triangle, if that's what you want to call it. And with that being said, it's really difficult to go on and say, yeah, that the Broadhaven case was true. These other two are supposedly connected, but we can't be for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and say that the Broadhaven UFO incident is real. I can't speak on the other two that create the Broadhaven Triangle, but I can say, with the evidence provided today, that these kids saw a UFO. I don't know if they had seen an extraterrestrial, because there was not a lot of testimony concerning the extraterrestrials. However, there was lots and lots of consistent evidence from the children to say that they had seen a UFO. So I'm going to say this really happened. We're going to call that a win. That's a win. We're going to call it a win. And I'm certain if Aeon and Paul were here tonight, that they would probably agree with me, because I do believe that we said that the aerial school UFO incident was the legitimate case of UFO encounter. So I feel like this is so much in the same vein of the aerial school incident that they would agree with me that this was a true case of alien phenomena. Or not alien phenomena, but UFO phenomena. Now, admittedly, there's not a lot of evidence. So the aerial school incident, I can stop calling it the Africa school kids incident. But the aerial school incident, if you want to go back, listen to it, that's episode 7. The similarities between that story and this one are very glaring. And now that I know that this happened before the aerial school incident, it almost makes you wonder if they didn't pull details from this. Maybe the kids had pulled details from this and used it in their stories. Or maybe like the headmaster came up with the idea. It's something we're going to have to touch on another time, because it's a gray area. It's hard to say exactly, what happened. That was the 20-year gap between this incident and the aerial school incident. So really difficult to say. But I'm going to, keep my conspiracy theorist hat on and say that there are some similarities between this incident and the area school incident that makes me feel like there could have been some cross-contamination. That's the word I'm looking for here. So, with that, I guess we're going to wrap it up. Other than our person coming in and screwing with chat and trying to get us to buy something. It looks like they wanted to, it looks like they wanted me to buy, or get them to make emotes and stuff for me. Joke's on you, person spamming chat. I am an artist and I can make them myself. So, with that being said, next weekend we should have full squad here next weekend, and we're gonna do rapid fire next week. And for those of you who don't know what rapid fire is where we pull videos from social media concerning the paranormal, and we go through like 20 or 30 of them, and we will watch them live on stream, and we will discuss them. And for those of you listening at home, listening on Spotify or YouTube, or watching this later on Spotify or YouTube, because video is on Spotify now, everybody. If you want to catch us live, we are live every Sunday evening. We start streaming at 5 p.m. my time, 6 p.m. my time. No, 5 p.m. And we run until the subject is done. But if you go to Twitch, twitch.tv/Beyond the Shadows Podcast. I think it's all together. Yeah, it's all smashed together, one word, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. If you look on twitch.tv, Beyond the Shadows Podcast, you will see we have a schedule up. And the great thing about Twitch is it will adjust the time on the schedule to show you in local time. So if you want to catch it and you're in a different time zone than I am, it will tell you what time to come and watch. So that is helpful. Feel free to reach out to us if anybody out there listening or viewing today has an interesting paranormal story or just something small they want to share. It doesn't matter how small, how large, let us know. You can email us at beyondtheshadowspodcast@gmail.com. If you look down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see our social media information scrolling across the bottom. You can also catch all this information in the description of the show. Further down below, let me make sure. I see our YouTube, but I don't see your email down here on Twitch. But yeah, I know if you go to YouTube, you will definitely find our email there. So if you have an interesting paranormal story or you want to make a comment about the show, please feel free to email us. Check us out on YouTube, Spotify, anywhere that you stream, you can find us, I'm pretty sure. These episodes are uploaded 24 hours later. So what you're seeing live tonight will be on Spotify and YouTube in about a day. With that being said, this is usually where I throw it to Aeon to see what he has for closing statements. This goes a lot faster when I don't have anybody for witty banter. So let me do my best to give a closing statement like Aeon does. So, as children, we see some amazing things. But as children, we can never decide if these things are real or not. And later on in life, we reflect back and we look at these things and we just try to discern whether or not what we've seen was a childhood fancy or something truly paranormal. Now, this happens all over the world, all the way from England, South Africa, United States, everywhere. Children see these things. They're everywhere. And looking at this kid's face right here, it weighs heavy. I know it does. Seeing something paranormal will weigh heavy on your mind. And just know that you're not alone. You're in a safe space here. Because now that you're an adult, you start looking for answers. And while you're looking, you're searching in places you've never searched before. You're flipping over rocks and asking questions you never thought to ask before. And now in the back of your mind, you're starting to wonder, did it really happen? It did. But the one place you did not think to look is beyond the shadows. Good night.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're You're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Feel the shadows.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What's going on? What's up? What is up? Hello, I'm here. I'm really here. I told you I'd be here, and I'm here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Here we go. Yes, we are here. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Victus, and this is Season 2, Episode 20. Is that right? Episode 20 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. We're getting danger close to our 1 year anniversary. Danger close. We're gonna have to do something special for that. We will not do what everybody else does and just do a recap. We're going to continue on as normal. So have I introduced myself? Did I forgot already? Wow. Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Victus. This is the Beyond the Shadows podcast. I'm going to write an opening script and read it every time so we have something consistent to listen to. Welcome to Beyond the Shadows podcast, where we delve into this mysterious, the spooky, the creepy, the conspiratorial, the fake, and the truth. Tonight we have a doozy. I say this every week because all of these are doozies. They are very doozy-like. We are doing the Skinwalker Ranch. Yes. Yes, that Skinwalker Ranch, the one that everybody knows about. So I'm kind of sort of breaking my own rule here. Very, very early on in season 1, we had decided that we were not going to do anything that is mainstream or been covered a million bajillion times. However, this one is ongoing. So there's tons and tons of new stuff. So up until recently, my baseline, my knowledge of what I knew about the Skinwalker Ranch was based on just whatever, like what you see on History Channel, what have you. I did, however, start watching the show on Hulu. Hulu, was it Amazon Prime? I think it was Hulu. That is like the mystery behind the Skinwalker Ranch or something like that. And I did not know that they were still investigating. There's a new owner, and they're reinvestigating, because up until recently, the last thing I heard was the current owner locked the place down and was dealing with so much stuff that he did not want people on the property. He did not want people investigating. He did not want people poking around, because it seemed like every time something happened, it was because people are poking around, digging, investigating, whatever. So when I found out that they were doing this show, let me see. I'm gonna look it up right quick. Skinwalker Ranch, The Secret of the Skinwalker Ranch. It is on. So it's from the History Channel, but it's on Hulu. And also Disney Plus if you've got the History Channel stuff. But it is on Hulu. It's very good. It opened my eyes to what's really going on currently with the Skinwalker Ranch. It's not just fantastical stories anymore. We're dealing with solid evidence of things. I think I read a book 5-6 years ago, maybe longer, probably closer to 10 years ago, and they were dealing with some crazy stuff. Portals opening, UFOs coming in and out of the portals, people having out-of-body experiences with the portals, going through the portals, through astral projection, and seeing some wild stuff. But they weren't getting any evidence. However, this new show, Secret of the Skinwalker Ranch, I just started watching it because I was like, cool, this is what I do in my downtime. I just put something on that's halfway interesting, and I'll just kind of leave it running while I play some video games or whatever. And I've found myself more watching it than playing video games. So, I finished the show, and I realized, there's so much more to the story that I don't think is being told. So, I think it's appropriate tonight that we cover the Skinwalker Ranch. We're going to cover everything. Everything from the original mysteries back to when Native Americans were on the land. Geez, up until most recent stuff. And so usually when it comes to these big cases like this, I like to bring good, strong photo evidence or video evidence. I can't show any of the new video evidence because it's so heavily copyrighted that I don't think I can get away with it. So I'm not going to try. So I was like, well, let me get some photos. Well, there's thousands of photos of this stuff. However, the photos are just like of a light in the sky. You can't really tell what it is without context. And that's why I think watching the show really helped push everything into context for me. So, oh, excuse me. I am yawning. It was a long night last night, and I got up early today. So, without further ado, we are going to get into the Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, wait. No. We still got one thing. We got one thing. Here we go. Wait, here it is. What shirt am I wearing today? Indeed. So nothing fancy. I just got my skeleton shirt on today. This is one of my favorites. I love the Walmart Halloween shirts. You can't go wrong. They're good daily drivers. I've got a stack of them. I said last weekend that the space here looked a little off because I had a bunch of stuff from the other bedroom in here. Well, everything's back to normal now. And now I have a shelf dedicated just to t-shirts for the podcast. And I did not realize how many I had. My plan was to wear a different shirt every episode. Because at first, I think it was like the first 5 or 6 episodes, I was wearing the same shirt every day or every weekend. So when you go back and look at the video and like the shorts and the reels we were making for the first handful of episodes, it just looked like we were talking about the same thing over and over and over again because I've always had the same shirt on. So I was like, cool, I'm going to start a pile of just wore these shirts, and then I'm going to have a pile of here's the ones next in rotation, and got some new bedroom furniture, got that set up. So now I have a space just for podcast shirts. And we've got lots to work with now. The stack is like this tall 2 times. Somewhere around 50 or 60 shirts. So I should have enough shirts for a season, 52 weeks. So yeah, we're just gonna go with the rotation now and work my way through the pile, and as I get to the bottom of the pile, we're going to flip it over and start again. So here we go. We're looking at shirts from Halloween. Season 1. We're looking at a shirt from Season 1. I haven't worn this shirt since Season 1, so yeah, we're doing our best not to make things complicated. So let's see. Do we have any news? We do have news. We have a small piece of news. I was looking at the analytics for the podcast and decided that until further notice, there will be no more rapid fire episodes. So like these episodes we were doing we're pushing out like 50, 60 views, which is really good for me, I think. But then you could see 50 views, 40 views, 57 views, 30 views, and then you get to the week of the rapid fire episode, 3 views. Then back 50, 40, 30, 50, 60, whatever. Get to the rapid fire episode, 4 views. So we're pushing out content that's not really being grabbed, and maybe we'll save them for some Patreon stuff later on down the road if we ever get that popular. So until then, we're not going to do any more rapid fire episodes. Last Sunday was our last rapid fire episode until further notice. So if you disagree with this, reach out to us, email us. Anybody's got any comments about anything, you can always email us. We are always willing to take emails. You can email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. That is beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let me check the inbox. Let's see what we got in the inbox. Bunch of nothing. That's a big empty inbox. Spam. We got lots of spam. I don't know how, because a lot of these things aren't even like, why are we getting so much spam? Bellevue University, Elephant Insurance. I don't want this stuff. I did not sign up for these things for the podcast. Anywhoots. Yeah. So until further notice, no more rapid fire episodes, regretfully. But if you like them, and if you found some value in them, reach out to us. Let us know. We're beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. But until then, you'll just have to follow me beyond the shadows. All right. So we're going to get on into this. So today on the podcast, we're here to examine unexplained events, strange phenomena, and the boundaries of what we think we know. In this episode, we turn our attention to one of the most intensely scrutinized and controversial phenomena hotspots in the United States, the Skinwalker Ranch. Located in the northeast, oh my gosh. Located in northeastern Utah's Uinta Basin, Skinwalker Ranch spans approximately 512 acres over the approximately 512 acres. And over the past several decades, it's been the subject of numerous reports involving unexplained phenomena. These include unidentified flying objects, cattle mutilations, sightings of strange creatures, electromagnetic disturbances, and even psychological effects experienced by those who spent time on the property. Not mentioned here because this is a piece of an update that has to do with the most recent show on the History Channel. We've had recently people were attacked by some unseen force. I'm going to see if I can find this guy's x-ray. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Cool. We're going to keep this picture open, and we'll talk about this later. Sweet. So, yeah, people getting attacked by unseen forces. Really, really wild stuff going on. So in this episode, we'll walk through the history of the ranch, from the Native American legends, tribal tensions, to the documented experience of the Sherman family in the 90s. We'll even examine the scientific studies conducted by Robert Bigelow's National Institute for Discovery Sciences, NIDS, and look at the more recent investigations under current owner Brandon Fugel, including those documented in the History Channel series, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. We'll also explore competing theories about what might be causing these phenomena, ranging from psychological and environmental explanations to more speculative ideas like interdimensional portals or non-human intelligence. Our goal isn't to sensationalize, but to investigate. What's really happening at Skinwalker Ranch, and how much of it is based on credible evidence? And why does this particular location continue to attract the attention of scientists, journalists, and even the Pentagon? So, we will start by looking at the deeper historical and cultural context behind the ranch and its reputation. So before we get into the modern reports and investigations, it's important to understand the historical and cultural backdrops of the Skinwalker Ranch. It's a big part of that saying is you don't know where you're going until you know where you've been. We've got to see the groundwork of what really happened initially at the Skinwalker Ranch that may or may not be causing a lot of this stuff. So the region's reputation for strange activity predates the ranch itself and ties into long-standing indigenous beliefs and tribal history. The ranch sits in the Uinta Basin, a region historically inhabited by the Ute people. Nearby are lands traditionally associated with the Navajo tradition, or the Navajo Nation. According to various accounts, the Ute have long considered the area around the ranch to be, quote, spiritually dangerous, that they reportedly avoided the land entirely, referring to it as, quote, in the path of the Skinwalker. All right, so as you know, the term Skinwalker comes from Navajo mythology, and in Navajo tradition, a Skinwalker called, oh gosh, I'm going to destroy this, Ye Nuldelushi. Yes, take that to the bank. It is a type of a harmful witch or shapeshifter believed to possess the ability to transform into animals and inflict harm through supernatural means. These stories are deeply rooted in Navajo culture's beliefs and are not shared lightly or publicly, especially by tribal members. It's important to clarify that the term Skinwalker itself is specific to Navajo lore, not originally part of the Ute belief system. However, according to local oral histories, the Ute believed that Navajo skinwalkers were sent into the area as a form of retribution during the historic tribal conflicts. And this belief may have been contributed to the view that the land was spiritually compromised or cursed. So think of the Skinwalker for Native Americans as like a heat-seeking missile or a stealth fighter that you'll never see it going there, but once it's there, it causes damage. That's a good metaphor. I like that. So while this explanation remains rooted in oral tradition, it provides important context for how the area came to be regarded as a place of danger and mystery. Long before reports of UFOs or cryptids, there is no official record or physical evidence verifying a curse, but the perception among local tribes is real and persistent. Hence the name Skinwalker Ranch, of course. So during the 19th century, European American settlers began moving into the Uinta Basin in 1880. The U.S. government established the Ute Indian Reservation, forcing the Ute people onto this land. The Skinwalker Ranch area itself was eventually homesteaded and went through various private owners for decades. It was relatively quiet, at least in the public eye. However, by the mid-20th century, residents in the Uinta Basin began reporting increased sightings of unidentified flying objects. These reports weren't limited to the Skinwalker Ranch. They were spread throughout the region, which would later be called one of the most active UFO hotspots in the country. And they say this. Let me clarify. You could Google it and find it, and it'll say, quote, this area is one of the most active UFO hotspots in the country. I thought it was just verbosity, that they were just using these words like everybody else uses the words. I usually save this for the end, but we're going to look. So who's making money off of this? Sure, the owner of the ranch is making money. But after seeing the show, I realized that he is not out to try to make money off of the show. This guy is using the show as a form of documentation. There's a big like overbearing vibe that you get from everybody on the show, that they don't like the government and they have trouble with the government. So they try to do things officially on a private capacity, and using the show, they were able to fully document some amazing, absolutely incredible sightings. Go and watch the show. I promise you, it's like every 30 minutes, they're just like poking around with sensors, shooting frequencies into basins, and then boom, there's a UFO. Clear as day. 30 minutes later, they'll be sitting there talking, oh, look, there's one right there. UFO. 10 minutes later, another UFO. They've got it on film. It's so clear. It's so crystal clear. And here's the kicker is, these guys have, today, they have transponder equipment to read aircraft signature of whoever's flying within the area, and they could see for like 400 or 500 miles out. And they will see crafts flying above the property, and they have no transponder information. So we'll touch more on that later. Hopefully I'll remember. But I'm getting a little off subject. So, in short, by the time the Sherman family arrived at the property in 1994, the land already carried a reputation for strangeness. That reputation was shaped by both indigenous cultures, beliefs, and by a growing number of modern UFO sightings and paranormal claims in the surrounding area. So, to understand why the Skinwalker Ranch has become one of the most enduring mysteries in paranormal research, it's essential to look at the historical and cultural landscape that predates its modern notoriety. This land wasn't always the focal point of TV shows and government investigations. For generations, it was part of a much, much older story, one shaped by indigenous traditions, colonial displacement, and persistent reports of unexplained activity in the surrounding regions. So it's an amalgamation of just mysterious things happening in this area. So as we know, it's located in northeastern Utah. The area is known as the Uinta Basin. It's a vast, rugged, and isolated area. Before the arrival of European American settlers, it was inhabited by several Native American tribes, most notably the Ute people. Their history in the area extends back centuries. Even today, much of the surrounding land remains part of the Ute Indian Reservation. What's crucial to note is that long before the property became known as Skinwalker Ranch, the Ute people already regarded the area with suspicion. Many Ute tribal members have spoken often off the record about the land being cursed or spiritually dangerous. According to these accounts, their ancestors believed that malevolent forces occupied the region around the ranch, and they actively avoided it. They referred to it as the path of the Skinwalker. And it's funny that they called the area the path of the Skinwalker, because if you talk to anybody within the Native American culture and folklore, they avoid the word Skinwalker. So it's strange to me that they labeled it Skinwalker, or the path of the Skinwalker. That tells me that from way, way, way back before, what was it, 1880, when it was colonized? I say colonized, it was parceled out by the government. But 1880, it was, officially white people moved in. Let's just say that. That's the easiest way to do it. So up until that point, they had seen enough mysterious things on that property that they labeled it with the strongest word that they knew, path of the Skinwalker. To give you an idea, Native American people will avoid the word skinwalker much like they did the name Voldemort in the Harry Potter novels. He who shall not be named. You know, that's precisely what this is. They don't say the name. Like even if you watch this show, like I'm telling you, go watch this show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's incredible. They pull some Native American tribal leaders to the property, and like these dudes, like the cast are wearing like long sleeve shirts and pants. They are not hot. They are not sweaty. It might be a base in the deserted area, but they are not hot or sweaty. But these Native American tribal leaders get to the property and they become noticeably disturbed. They are sweating, they are nervous, and they refuse to use the word skinwalker. And then if you use the word skinwalker around them, they get clammy and they shut up. So it's strange. It really is. Now the term skinwalker comes from Navajo culture, not Ute. So in Navajo tradition, a skinwalker is believed to be a type of witch or sorcerer with the ability to shape different animals, as we know. This being said, they are believed to possess supernatural strength, speed, and cunning, and are often associated with death, illness, or misfortune. Importantly, skinwalkers are not mythical creatures in the way cryptids like Bigfoot are treated in pop culture. They are seen as real threats, practitioners of a dark spiritual path. The skinwalker is not a cryptid, it is a person. It is a person. So, how did the Navajo entity become associated with the land traditionally occupied by the Ute? According to local lore, and this is based on an oral history, not written documentation, because that's the way it was done. The connection stems from historical conflicts between the two tribes. At various times throughout the 19th century, the Ute and the Navajo were engaged in territorial disputes and violent clashes. During this period, it's said that the Navajo skinwalkers were sent to curse the land as a form of spiritual retaliation against the Ute people. So, let's break that down. If Tribe A doesn't get along with Tribe B, they clash physically, they fight, they were likely on an even keel, very evenly matched with each other. So what's the one way you're going to get up a one up on the other person? Use alternative methods of attack as opposed to traditional methods like hand-to-hand combat. So what they were doing is they would go to their shamans and say, hey, let's use a skinwalker to get these people. And that's why this area is quote-unquote cursed. So whether this is a literal claim or a metaphor for cultural trauma is open to interpretations. What matters is that within Ute oral tradition, the idea of spiritual corruption tied to that land has persisted for generations. And even these beliefs are not universally held. The perception of the area as cursed or dangerous is well established among many Ute leaders and tribal members. The cultural backdrop forms the first layer of the Skinwalker Ranch's unusual story. The region's reputation for high strangeness didn't begin until the 90s, and it's embedded in a much older framework of indigenous belief system and tribal history. So in the late 1800s, the U.S. government formally established the Ute Indian Reservation, relocating the tribal members to the Uinta Basin. Many of them, anyway. Not all of them. Meanwhile, non-native settlers began to homestead land in the area under various federal land policies. We learned about this in school. This is just what they did. This is when 1800s, early 1800s. We only became a country in 1776. So how long did it take for us to get across this country as a people? Skinwalker Ranch itself, then simply part of a larger basin region, was among the private land parcels. And for decades, it was primarily used for ranching without any known public reports of unusual activity. Because this area was very arid. It's desert area. And when I say it's desert area, let me see if I can pull up just a picture. Let's pull up freaking Google Maps. That's what we do, right? Let's just try Skinwalker Ranch. Here we go. All right, we got it. All right, let me switch scenes here. Here it comes, folks. All right, so what we're looking at here is Skinwalker Ranch. So it's huge. So I'm assuming the road bisects most of the property. So there's this chunk here. So we see an L shape like a boot. And part of it comes up into here. I don't know how much it goes upward. I'm assuming that's probably the extreme end of it because this is Watcher's Lodge. So that's like a hotel or something it was there and it's closed now. There's a sacred Navajo Ute circle over here. So I'm assuming probably this. I wish I could draw over this. That'd be great. Probably this whole area right here is Skinwalker Ranch. So lots and lots of desert. Lots of desert area. But there's an area here that has trees. So this would be ideal. Look, we even got water. So there's a creek. There's a creek that runs through here. So this is ideal area for cattle, for goats, for sheep, cows. This would be ideal because you can't do much else with it. However, things did begin to change by the mid 20th century. So by the 1950s, the Uinta Basin was becoming known in UFO circles for unusually high number of sightings. Reports included flying discs, strange lights maneuvering in the sky, and craft that appeared to defy known aviation technology. These were not isolated incidents. There were multiple independent witnesses often describing similar phenomena at roughly the same time. One of the best documented clusters of sightings occurred in the 1970s with multiple residents of the town of Roosevelt, Utah, located just a few miles from the ranch, reported seeing large, silent aircraft hovering at low altitudes, sometimes accompanied by strange sounds or beams of light. These events led to media coverage in local newspapers and eventually drew the attention of UFO researchers. Let's find it. What do they say? Roosevelt, Utah? Where is Roosevelt? Oh, here's Roosevelt. Yeah. So that's a few miles away. Yeah. So this area is kind of historically flat. So I don't think, can we do 3D? Where's 3D at? No, it's not working. Yeah. This is easier to do on my phone. So here's Roosevelt. It's strange that there's such a big town so close. I wasn't quite expecting that. They didn't really talk about that town in the show or in any of the books. I didn't know that there was a town so close. That couldn't be more than a few miles away. 5, 6. Hold on. Beverage change. I'm at the bottom of a jar here. Homemade stuff is running low. All right. And so it's worth emphasizing that this broader regional activity is what laid the groundwork for later interest in the Skinwalker Ranch itself. The ranch wasn't famous yet, but it sat right in the middle of what was rapidly becoming known as the UFO hotspot. So let's look again here at let's look again here at the map. I do see UFO Valley campgrounds and UTV tours. Let's see what kind of photos these guys got. Oh, beautiful country, though. Very, very rocky. How drastic of an area. Just crabby rock and then green lush. It's so weird. Yeah, these guys are just like posted up watching for UFOs. I wonder if there's any... Hold on. Nope, that's just something on my screen. I need to clean my monitor a little bit better. It would be great if somebody had like a photo of a UFO that they spotted in Google Maps. It is beautiful country, though. I'm not going to lie. So cool. Look at this. This is so here's the entrance to the campground, but right next to it is the entrance to the actual Skinwalker Ranch, and they do not like people coming on their property. They have cameras everywhere. This place is loaded down like Area 51. Do not go over their fence, people. They have cameras everywhere. Wow, snow. I really wasn't expecting snow. I mean, I guess it's Utah, right? Lots of people taking pictures over the basin here. So this area must be elevation-wise higher than the Skinwalker Ranch. They can look down on it, which kind of sucks for the owners of the ranch, I guess. Oh, let's turn the sound off. Oh, somebody posted video of a UAP on Google Maps. Let's start that over. Let's hear it. See what they got to say. This is old. This guy's name is Old Greg. This is on Google Maps. Check it out.
See that?
Oh. Oh.
God, that one's bright.
Wow. Oh. He's not twinkling either. Oh, that's just bizarre. It's moving. Wow. That's cool. Kudos, Old Greg. Way to go, buddy. I knew somebody was going to post something here. So yeah, you get the idea. There is other things around here that I didn't know about. Like, how cool would that be? You know, put that on the bucket list, right? Hey, all right. On the bucket list. Thank you very much. So by the early 1990s, the area's reputation was well established in folklore, and residents spoke of mysterious craft strange animals, and electronics failing for no clear reason. It wasn't until 1994 when Terry and Gwen Sherman purchased the ranch property that these reports were to escalate dramatically and gain national attention. But before we move on, it's important to make a few distinctions. First, many of the beliefs about the skinwalkers, curses, and spiritual danger comes from the indigenous oral history. These accounts were difficult to verify using Western academic or journalistic standards because it was an oral history, right? And they shouldn't be exploited for entertainment. However, at the same time, they provide valuable context about how the land was viewed for generations. Okay? The context helps explain why the phenomena reported at Skinwalker Ranch was not treated as isolated incidents by local communities. Second, while the Skinwalker Ranch was often portrayed as uniquely anomalous, it is only part of a much wider region that has been associated with high strangeness for decades. The entire Uinta Basin has been a host to reports of UFOs and cryptid-like creatures, poltergeist activity, and other unexplained events, suggesting that there is something unusual occurring, and it might not just be confined to the ranch itself. It's the area. I want to see if we can pull up. I need to see how to spell Uinta. I want to see how big. Oh my gosh. So this whole area, this is the Uinta Basin. So what? So maybe I'm just dumb. What is geographical basin? A depression or low-lying area often surrounded by higher land where water flows downhill and collects. Okay. So yeah, looking at this, we see mountains over here. Low area with green. This entire area is the basin. So here's the Uinta Valley. This is the Uinta Basin. Okay. Yeah, zooming out, you can see it. You can absolutely see it. Finally, we should note that none of these cultural or historical details prove anything about the nature of the phenomena observed later, but they do demonstrate that the land had a long-standing reputation for being unusual, even before the ranch made headlines. So in our next segment that we're about to talk about, we're going to examine what happened when Terry and Gwen Sherman moved onto the property in 1994. Their reports of mutilated cattle, strange creature, and unknown aerial phenomena would become the foundation for the ranch's modern legend and would ultimately attract the attention of both private investigators and government-funded researchers alike. So, are you ready? Are you ready? Because I am. Wait, here we go.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
Absolutely, it's space aliens. So in 1994, Terry and Gwen Sherman, referred to as Tom and Ellen Gorman in some resources to protect their privacy, they purchased the ranch with the intention of operating a cattle business. At the time, they were unaware of the property's growing reputation And according to later interviews, including a detailed feature by journalist George Knapp, and in case you're wondering, you don't know who George Knapp is, can we get a round of applause for George Knapp, please? Yes. Yes. George Knapp is the godfather of paranormal. And if you don't know who he is, break out your radio and find Coast to Coast AM. Have fun with that. Go down that rabbit hole. It's been on the air for years and years and years. I can remember growing up just outside Detroit. Not a great, growing up wasn't great for me. So my getaway was I had my dad's tent and I would pitch it in the backyard. And I would camp out in the backyard because we didn't go anywhere. We didn't do anything. And what I would do is I would stay up all night long listening to the radio. And I would turn on the radio, so I would go out, and I can remember the first time I came across it. I had my CDs and I was out in the backyard in the tent listening to my CDs with my little flashlight in the tent and staying up way later than I should have for being like 10 years old. And I got tired of listening to the music and decided I'm going to scan the radio stations. So I scanned FM, couldn't find anything I liked. So it's like, what is AM radio? I've never listened to AM radio. So I switched over to AM radio and I started scanning the radio stations, right? And I remember I was in the tent on my sleeping bag, laying on my stomach, face up against the radio, and I'm scrolling through the AM radio stations real slow. And I catch this guy with this amazing voice. George Knapp has a great voice for radio. Oh my God, this guy's got a golden voice. And the first thing he says, the first word I heard him say was UFO. Okay, so I grew up watching X-Files, of course. If you couldn't tell. And when I heard UFO on the radio, on AM radio at that, I was hooked. I was like, what is this? What is he talking about? And let me just pull up. I want to give you a Wikipedia definition of what Coast to Coast AM is. Coast to Coast AM is an American late night radio talk show that deals with a variety of topics. Most frequently, the topics relate to either paranormal or conspiracy theories. Its host and creator Art Bell had its inception from 1988 to 2003 and is currently hosted by George Norrie. George Knapp was in between Art Bell and George Norrie. The program is distributed by Premier Network, subsidiary of iHeartMedia, both as part of its Talk Network and separately syndicated program. It now airs 7 nights a week from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Over 600 affiliate radio stations, and has been repeatedly called the most popular overnight show in the country. People, if you don't know what Coast to Coast AM is and you're listening to this podcast, your priorities are messed up. Go check it out. You will. It is this generation of paranormalites like myself. We are here because of Coast to Coast AM. Thank you. Thank you, Coast to Coast AM, for what you've done. Thank you so much. So, by journalist George Knapp, the Shermans quickly found themselves dealing with a series of bizarre and disturbing events. The first indication that something was unusual came on the very day they moved in. According to the Shermans, a large wolf approached them in broad daylight. And this wasn't just any wolf, it was described as being abnormally large. possibly up to 3 times the size of a normal specimen, with an unusually calm demeanor. It reportedly allowed itself to be petted by the family members before suddenly grabbing a calf by the snout and attempting to drag it through the corral fence. Or the corral fence, excuse me. Terry Sherman shot the animal multiple times with a handgun and eventually a high-powered rifle, but it appeared unfazed. After finally retreating, the creature left behind chunks of flesh that, according to Terry, did not bleed and smelled like rotting meat. Despite the family's efforts to track it, the wolf's trail abruptly ended, as if it had vanished. And this was only the beginning. So this is a very famous first encounter. This has been very, very well documented and spoken about in many, 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 many interviews. The Shermans did not give interviews while they were at the ranch, except for like the high roller interviews, like George Knapp coming through. Canonically speaking, this is just broad strokes of what happened. Terry Sherman shot the animal multiple times with a handgun that he kept on his person, point blank. And while the wolf is trying to drag off the calf, he had time to go in his house, grab a 30-06, and come back and shoot again point blank, and caused enough damage to rip off a chunk of flesh the size of Terry's hand. That was the official statement. That's what he said happened. I'm curious. Do we have a picture? Surely somebody's got a picture of it, right? Let's see. Nope. No, we don't have it. We don't have an image of it. I tried. But yeah, it's a weird one. So I can't think of. I mean, let me look up one more thing, and this is a weird thing to Google. But what does a wild wolf smell like? Wild wolves possess a powerful feral odor described as a combination of wet dog and the scent of wild places. This odor is stronger and muskier than domestic dog scent and is often noticed before the wolf is seen. Wolves also use scent marking, depositing scents from their glands in their neck and back to communicate with their pack and mark the territory. A powerful feral odor like wet dog and wild places. What kind of description is that? I don't think I would. I'm pretty sure that if I were to shoot a wolf and pick up a chunk of its flesh that was left there, I wouldn't use the word wet dog and wild places. However, I don't think that I don't think I would describe it as rotting meat. But let me play devil's advocate for just a quick minute. If it was a wild wolf, which they have in the area, what's to say this wolf wasn't eating carrion that had sat in the boiling sun before he got shot? Excuse me. So, food for thought. Think about it. Over the next 2 years, the Shermans reported an increasingly diverse set of phenomena. These included cattle mutilations. Several of the family's prized cattle were found dead under suspicious circumstances. Some of them have been dismembered with surgical precision, with organs removed without blood or signs of a struggle. One cow was reportedly found with a hole bored through its eye socket, its body undisturbed with no tracks around it. Another was discovered dismembered in a field with no signs of predators or obvious cause of death. Should I look and see if we can find some cattle mutilation photos? Oregon. Oregon. Wow, what a tremendous number of cattle mutilations in Oregon. Okay, we've got one. I'm going to warn you. This is a mutilated cow. If you're a little squeamish about blood and guts and gore, you probably aren't going to enjoy this. So, yeah, probably ought to look somewhere else for just a moment. Let me switch scenes so you can see what I see. So this says, according to National Institute for Discovery Sciences, NIDS, this calf was seen healthy on the property just 45 minutes before it was found in this condition in a field, and there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere on the carcass or on the ground. Like, you can tell by looking. It's almost like this thing was lifted up, exsanguinated, cut up, and then set back down. What an absolutely wild, wild photo. Thank you for putting context into this. Thank you. That was great. It makes a big difference. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we're seeing. Yeah, there's so many cattle mutilation photos here that it's hard to tell. Oh, here's another angle of it. From the current owner of Skinwalker Ranch. Wow, yeah, there's nothing left. Half of its ribs are gone. How weird. Yeah, that's just wild. I'm not going to show all of that. I'm sorry. So, cattle mutilations in the 90s. So the next thing they saw were unexplained lights. The family often observed bright orbs in structured flying craft, or structured craft flying silently over the property, often at low altitudes. And these range from small basketball-sized lights that hovered or darted through the air to larger silent black triangles. The Shermans claimed some of these lights appeared to interact with them directly. One even allegedly followed Gwen's vehicle down a dirt road. And this happens, this is not just a tale. I'm going to say this happened in the new show on Hulu. A guy goes to investigate a light he sees off in the distance in the middle of an investigation, and he's followed by an orb. And I say orb